Omnic has an all-time win rate of 37%, but he's entered this match on a 3-game winning streak. It's interesting to see that confidence carrying over, especially since Lancer usually holds the upper hand in their history. We'll see if Omnic can sustain this early pressure. Lancer pulls ahead, putting the pressure on Omnic now. It feels consistent with the overall trend between these two. We've got a dead heat early on, and neither of these two is willing to give an inch. A solid response from the number 32 ranked player. Lancer keeps the lead at 3-2. He looks comfortable playing as the historical favorite here. Lancer is really running away with it at 4-2. It feels like a mirror of their last encounter here. Omnic pulls that off from the ground, reacting quickly to catch Lancer right on the ramp. That's a huge difference from the lopsided score in their last meeting. Lancer has a significant lead in the overall map win rate with 43%. It's a huge advantage, and you can tell he's utilizing that knowledge to keep Omnic on the defensive. Now he's looking to turn this into a truly commanding lead. Lancer is dominating, sitting pretty with a 6-3 lead. Lancer is putting on a clinic, mirroring that huge 13-3 victory they shared last time. He shows some real grit here, cutting the deficit down to 2 rounds. The slight favorite is starting to find some footing here. Lancer still in control, holding a firm 7-4 lead. Lancer is playing with quite a bit of confidence after that 13-5 win earlier. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the higher ranked player is firmly in the driver's seat here. He's simply performing as the favorite today. Time for a fresh start. Lancer is just relentless, pushing the gap to 9-4. Total lockdown on that exchange. Lancer is just ruthless, extending the lead to 10-4. Tough break for the guy who came in as the slight favorite. What a chaotic fight. He barely edges that out to keep the hopes alive. A critical moment for him to secure that lead. Lancer is putting a massive amount of distance between himself and his opponent. A tight exchange, but he simply outmuscled his opponent there. Omnic is fighting back and refusing to go quietly in this one. He's clearly determined to flip the script on this particular map. A clean shutdown there, leaving Lancer just 1 step away from victory. That expected edge just isn't showing up for the favorite. Lancer seals the deal with that final blow to close out the series. Omnic really tried to use that recent momentum, but he just couldn't find any answers for Lancer today. Zeth has been the dominant force in this rivalry, holding a 61% win rate over Lancer. It's a strong historical advantage, and he's looking to prove that the head-to-head trend still holds. Let's see if Lancer can disrupt that flow early. Zeth is playing a dangerous game, but using that ramp effectively to pull ahead. That's a nice way to shake off those 2 losses in a row. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle at 3-1. Zeth clings to a narrow 3-2 lead right now. Lancer just completely shifted the momentum here, taking control of the map after that strong sequence. Lancer is completely on fire, erasing Zeth from the ramp to take the lead. He's carrying that confidence from his recent 13-6 win over Omnic. Zeth finds his mark and levels the playing field. He really needs this regroup after those tough losses to Omnic and Aster. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on him right now, securing another quick win from the ramp. Really showing the depth of that high round count he's logged. He's completely taken over now, securing a 3rd straight win from the ramp. Just a complete reversal from how things looked when Lancer first started today. He's just completely stopped Lancer in his tracks, extending the run to 4 straight. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's definitely defying the analyst right now by pushing the pace. Lancer will need to tighten up to close this gap in the second half. New sides. Let's see the shift. That was an absolute brawl, but Lancer shows plenty of grit to claw one back here. He is really starting to hold his own in these exchanges. Lancer secures another clean look from the window, tying the score at 7-7. The slight edge Zeth had coming into this is completely gone. Zeth manages to shut him down on the ramp to pick up a crucial round. The match is staying incredibly tight despite Lancer's higher volume of games. Lancer is showing some real heart here, taking this one completely unscathed to tie the series. This fight is becoming a complete toss-up. Zeth edges ahead again to make it 9-8. A tough spot for Lancer after his recent victory over Omnic. Zeth has an incredible career lead over Lancer with 181 total wins in their history, and honestly, it feels like he's leaning on that confidence as he pushes toward the finish line. The pressure is definitely shifting toward Lancer now. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, clutching a victory with only 9 health left. What an absolute nail-biter for a round. He's just completely in control now, and he needs one more to seal the deal. Total lockdown from Zeth in this closing stretch. Lancer puts up a strong fight and manages to stay alive to keep the series going. The underdog refuses to go down quietly. Incredible, he claws his way back from least a sliver of health to keep the dream alive. Pure survival instincts on display from that second fight. Lancer just refuses to give up, taking his 3rd straight round to put an immense amount of pressure on Zeth. Absolutely stunning! Lancer wipes the floor with him to force an overtime finish. What a chaotic scrap! He barely keeps his head above water to secure the advantage. His nerves are made of steel to close that out. Zeth is quickly regaining the lead and looks very sharp in these exchanges. His current form is matching the high standard he's set for himself today. Zeth just cleans him right off that ramp, keeping his lead as he surges ahead. He's completely shut down the ramp for this set. Unreal, he closes it out with a perfect sequence to secure the map victory. Lancer really pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight! Zeth currently leads the lifetime head-to-head record with 406 total rounds won. It's a long history between these two, and the overall statistics suggest Zeth should be the steadier hand here. Let's see if he can turn that historical edge into a lead in this set. Zeth is pulling ahead, keeping Omnic on the ropes. He's proving to be the more consistent force today. These rounds are flying by. Zeth is just out-reacting him right now. Zeth maintains the upper hand, leading 3-2. Omnic is definitely fighting the ladder gap here. Omnic strikes back, and we are all tied up. He's taking over the map completely, claiming a third straight round to flip the lead. The lower rated side is putting on a serious show right now. A precise strike from Zeth puts the series right back on even ground. Both of these guys are fighting for every single point right now. Zeth edges ahead again, barely holding a narrow lead. The higher seeded player is really starting to dictate the pace. Omnic catches Zeth right as he's stepping off that ramp to keep things dead even. Both players are really fighting for their lives right now. Zeth manages to hold the high ground on Tetris for another round, extending his narrow lead. He's comfortably sitting in that rank 24 spot today. We're heading into the break at 6-6. I mean, it's a complete deadlock so far. Despite Zeth having a better win rate on this map, Omnic has played exactly to his level today. Time to swap sides and reset. Omnic has snatched a 1-point cushion for himself. He's really capitalizing on the momentum from their last meeting on orange. Zeth claws back to leave us perfectly level. Pure skill gap on display from the number 24 seed. Omnic is really turning the tide here, picking up 2 of the last 3 rounds to tighten his grip. Zeth holds his ground from heaven to secure the equalizing round. He's definitely leaning into that superior win rate on this particular map. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a thin 9-8 lead. That was a lightning fast reaction for a huge point. Omnic has only a 34% win rate on this layout over 300 matches, but the experience isn't stopping him from taking control. Well, he's completely overturned those historical odds and now looks poised to close this out. Omnic pushes forward, extending the lead to 10-9. A very strong performance from that top third seed tonight. And Zeth levels the playing field at 10 apiece. Zeth has really stayed strong across their long history together. Zeth is in complete control now, taking a commanding lead in this series. Everything is just clicking for the 24th seed right now. Zeth is simply unstoppable right now, putting himself 1 round away from victory. That last fight was a total blur. Unbelievable! Omnic barely stays alive on the box to keep this match going. A massive breath of air for him to stay in the game. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed him to the limit in that one, but he just couldn't close the door. What a match! Lancer has the historical advantage here, leading their career head-to-head series by 3 rounds. Well, the numbers reflect that this matchup usually goes his way. We'll see if Omnic can flip the script tonight. Lancer really thought he had the height advantage there, but Omnic just reacted faster. A really tight exchange that brings us right back to even. What a desperate scramble from both sides, but he barely scrapes through that exchange. He's certainly the more experienced player with over 8,000 games. Both Omnic and Lancer are locked in a dead heat. Definitely shaking off those tough results from earlier today. Omnic is just too fast right now, completely ignoring Lancer's attempt to hold that ramp. Tough to see his early lead completely evaporate like this. Both players fought for height, but he claims the ramp again to keep the streak rolling. Definitely not what we expected given the long-term numbers. Lancer manages to win that trade-off from the ramp, narrowing the gap to 3-4. He's showing a lot of grit to push back like that. We're completely tied up as we head into round 9. This result aligns with his overall superiority in their career matchups. A bruising fight, but Lancer outlasts him to take control of the map. That's a strong start for the favorite today. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, picking him clean off the ramp to keep the run going. He's comfortably sitting in the top 30 on the ladder. He cut the run short, securing a clean point just before the mid-game break. He's fighting through a rough stretch in today's schedule. We've got the deadlock at 6-6 going into the break. I mean, Omnic is really holding his own despite Lancer's higher overall map win rate. This is much closer than the pre-match analysis suggested. New sides, new energy. Omnic edges ahead with a slim 7-6 lead. Lancer seems to be struggling to find any answers today. Omnic has managed to build a strong lead here, winning his last 4 straight. Well, it's quite the turnaround after those 2 losses he suffered earlier today. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going. Omnic is pulling away now, leading 9-7. Just a lightning fast duel to secure that lead. Lancer is really feeling the heat right now as the lead continues to widen. A surprising contrast to their most recent meeting. Lancer shows some real resolve here, cleaning up the exchange without taking any damage. He's proving exactly why he's ranked so high in the league. Omnic is really putting a lot of pressure on Lancer now, just a few more points, and this is over. A massive shift from the last time these two faced off. He completely shuts down that comeback attempt and puts himself just one step away from victory. Lancer is really struggling to keep up with the pace tonight. Lancer denies the quick finish by shutting him down from the ramp. He's finally found a way to slow things down. He's refusing to back down, surviving that chaotic trade to put some serious pressure on the frontrunner. Unbelievable! He survives a total slugfest on a sliver of health to close out the map. He really fought back from the brink, but he just couldn't close the door on the comeback. What a fight! Zeth has historically owned this matchup with a massive 182-115 lead over Lancer. It's a dominant head-to-head record, but the pressure is definitely on him now to maintain that edge after an early setback. Lancer just looks completely unstoppable right now, taking down another round without taking any damage. A tough way to start for the favorite. Lancer is just tearing through this opening, picking up another effortless round. It's a total reversal from their last meeting on fast aim. He just can't find a way through. Lancer has completely taken over this opening. The 23 ranked player is really struggling to find any answers. Zeth finally gets a round on the board. Lancer has been fighting an uphill battle in his last few outings. Lancer has barely struggled today, having only dropped one round so far. You have to wonder if Zeth is just completely off his game, given that Lancer normally plays as the underdog. It will be tough to shift the momentum from here. He simply won't let up, extending his control to an 8-round lead. The thready rated player is showing no signs of slowing down. Lancer is completely in control, cruising to a huge lead with another flawless exchange. He's really making his presence felt today. Absolute perfection from Lancer, who keeps this hot streak rolling as we head toward the mid-match break. A massive swing in energy since that earlier battle on fast aim. Lancer heads into the break with a commanding 11-1 lead, and honestly, it's a clear reflection of the early pre-match projections. Zeth needs to seriously wake up if he wants to claw back into this. Time for a total reset. He's nearly there. Lancer wins a tight exchange to put himself on match point. The higher seed is just not finding any rhythm today. He keeps the game alive for a bit longer, fighting back to 212. A glimmer of hope for the higher seed. What a nail-biter of a final fight, but Lancer manages to scrape through and secure the series. Lancer just put on a clinic, completely erasing that massive career deficit in a single set. Zeth holds a clear 52% win rate in their head-to-head history. That experience usually gives him the upper hand in these matchups. It'll be interesting to see if he can recover that edge after dropping the first round. Absolutely crushing. He's just outclassing everything Zeth throws at him right now. Just brutal. He clears Zeth right off that ramp to make it a 4-round sweep. Hard to believe the lower rated player is simply shutting him down. Total control from him right now, taking a flawless 5th round to open up the lead. He's really struggling to find any answers right now. Finally, a fighting response and Zeth manages to claw one back. Zeth is sitting in the upper half of the rankings with that number 23 spot. It looks like he's finally starting to leverage that skill gap to close the gap in the scoreline. Now the pressure is firmly back on Omnic. He's really putting on a show now, extending this run to 3 straight. It looks like Zeth is finally remembering how to win these exchanges. He just can't be stopped right now, taking a 4th straight to bring the score within 1. The favorites are finally starting to look like the stronger player. What a turnaround! He puts a dead even score on the board with that 5-round tear. He really looks like the more composed player in this set. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Omnic somehow manages to come out on top of that scrap. That was a tight exchange, barely keeping himself alive. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. Honestly, the match is playing out exactly as we expected. Both players are trading blows, and neither side has managed to pull away yet. A total toss-up for the next half. Good lord, he barely survives that war of attrition to take a 1-round lead. He's showing a lot of grit to pull through these high-tension situations. Another quick snap for Zeth, showing zero signs of slowing down in this surge. The confidence is clearly returning for the favorite. Zeth keeps the momentum, pushing ahead to an 8-7 lead. He's keeping himself in this game despite the ladder gap. Omnic answers back and we are deadlocked at 8 apiece. Both sides are refusing to let the other pull away. The momentum has completely shifted as soon as he takes the 98% of the map. He's just completely taken over this match, securing another victory to push the lead to 10-8. Unreal. He barely manages to survive a slugfest like that, refusing to back down. He's definitely feeling the pressure after nearly getting wiped out there. Zeth completely shuts him down from the container to bring this series back to a draw. This series has become an absolute deadlock between these two. Zeth is simply on fire, securing another clean win to firmly seize control of this set. Omnic manages to fight his way back into a deadlock. His opponent has clearly shaken off those early nerves. Another fast reflex win for Omnic, putting him just 1 round away from victory. Unbelievable, he closes it out right there and secures the victory. Zeth really fought a battle back from the brink, but those last couple of rounds just weren't his. He'll be kicking himself after a performance like that. What a fight. What a chaotic scramble. Lancer somehow manages to walk away with the round, but he was nearly out of health. Omnic is looking sharp, simply leaning over to the side of that box to trade the lead. Lancer is historically the more consistent player in this specific rivalry. It's a tight gap in their head-to-head, but he's generally the one who looks stronger in the betting outlook. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this early control. Omnic just edges ahead, taking a 3-2 lead. Lancer had a tough time in their last meeting too. The momentum shifts right back to Lancer, leaving both these players perfectly deadlocked as we head into the next round. Unbelievable! He barely survives a total firefight to pull further ahead in the set. Lancer is simply too fast right now, strolling to a third straight victory. He's really proving why the betting outlook favored him today. Omnic puts an end to that run, getting the kill without taking any damage. Looking back, Lancer is the one who typically holds the edge in this rivalry. Lancer is really starting to pull away from the pack now, getting the better of Omnic even with him playing from the high ground. Lancer barely escapes that disaster, finally dragging Omnic down from the box to take a commanding 7-4 lead. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. Well, he's playing exactly as expected so far. Omnic is hanging around, but Lancer looks more comfortable on dunes overall. Omnic's turn to press the attack. He's showing a lot of grit, fighting his way back into this contest. It's a complete flip from the expectations we had going into this. Lancer is fighting for his life today, having survived 3 rounds with barely any health left. He's clearly relying on that raw experience from over 8,000 career matches to pull ahead. Let's see if he can finally seal the deal. Lancer is looking way too comfortable right now, securing another one from that high ground position. Just a shift in momentum from what the oddsmakers expected today. He is refusing to go away, cutting into the deficit with another clean exchange. Lancer holds a narrow 2-round lead over Omnic. His recent victory over Zeth was a total washout. He's really putting in the work to narrow this gap, refusing to let the lead slip away. The pressure is really mounting for the higher seeded player right now. Lancer is starting to distance himself again, making it very difficult for Omnic to get any real footing here. He's simply refusing to let this match slide, staying aggressive to claw his way back. Absolutely wild exchange. Both players were on the brink of death, but he clutched it out to bring the score level. Total deadlock now as we hit the final stretch. He's on a roll now, taking total control of the server and moving within striking distance of the victory. Unbelievable! He shuts the door with a clean final shot and completes the incredible climb to victory. Just an incredible display of resilience. He really stepped up when it mattered and managed to shake off that early pressure. What a fight! Zeth barely scrapes through this brawl, managing to hold the ramp and take the opening round. Zeth holds a dominant long-term lead with over 180 wins in their head-to-head history, but Lancer has absolutely dominated their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can lean back on that overall superiority today. Lancer takes a commanding 2-1 lead right now. Lancer is really keeping the pressure on the higher-rated player here. Zeth is looking sharp, using that ramp to quickly even things up. He's clearly shaking off those recent losses. Zeth clawed back and now leads 3-2. The top half rating is starting to show its weight here. Zeth secures his third straight point, punishing Lancer from the boost. This is a huge shift from that previous 13-2 routing. Absolutely terrifying efficiency from Zeth, who just marched to a 4-round streak. The map advantage is favoring Lancer a bit more historically. A huge response from Lancer, shutting down the momentum with an easy kill. Lancer is playing with a lot of confidence right now. A total shutdown here as Lancer refuses to let Zeth run away with the map. Lancer is fighting hard to prove the pre-match predictions wrong. Unbelievable, Zeth barely keeps his footing on the ramp and barely survives with a sliver of health. Absolute heart stopper of a play to pull through. Zeth is currently sitting at a 44% overall win rate throughout his tenure. It's a modest number, but we're seeing him reach a high level of consistency in this specific series. Lancer will need a huge swing in momentum if he wants to avoid a repeat of his latest loss. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, the underdog is making a strong case for an upset here. Lancer, just everything looks out of sync right now. What a scramble! Lancer barely survives that exchange, scraping through with a handful of health. Lancer has an impressive amount of experience under his belt. Zeth has a healthy cushion now, sitting at 9-5. Zeth is definitely making up for that disaster on the orange map. What a fight! Lancer claws his way out of a brutal exchange and survives by the skin of his teeth. Lancer is really leaning into that map advantage today. Lancer is showing a lot of heart, just picking him off the ramp to string together another win. The gap in their skill levels is looking smaller by the minute. He's just relentless right now, continuing the charge with another clean victory. He's really putting his recent form on full display. Sensationally done. Lancer just completely erased that lead, locking in a dead heat at 9-9. Lancer is practically rewriting the script here. Zeth puts a stop to that run, regaining a narrow 1-round advantage. He definitely knows how to handle the pressure when it counts. Lancer just found his footing again, bringing the series right back to an even split. The underrated side is making a real name for himself tonight. Lancer is simply refusing to go away, taking an 11-10 lead with a perfect snapshot. Lancer is completely owning this phase of the game. The tension here is unbelievable. We are completely deadlocked as we head into the final stretch. It's a complete toss-up going into these final rounds. Absolute chaos in that trade. Lancer manages to come out on top and now sits just 1 round away from victory. Zeth responds with a flawless display of aim, forcing this absolute thriller into overtime. This is a complete reset given the history between these two. What a war of attrition! Zeth manages to secure the kill with almost nothing left in the tank. absolutely harrowing to watch that health bar dip so low. Zeth extends his grip on the series, shutting down his opponent from the ramp with a third straight point. Lancer answers right back, showing some incredible grit to stay in the series. The underdog is showing serious resilience in this deep water. Unbelievable. Lancer survives on a mere sliver of health to force this absolute deadlock. The sheer composure in those nail-biting finishes is staggering. Zeth finds his mark in a frantic shootout, putting himself on the verge of victory. He managed to trade those shots with a lot more ease this time. Zeth shuts the door on this series, cleaning up from the boost to secure the match. Lancer really pushed him to the absolute limit in overtime, but those crucial low health escapes favored the winner. He really earned this one. What a fight. Zeth has a clear advantage here, holding a lifetime record of 407 wins over Omnic. But Omnic actually took their very last encounter. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can lean on that historical dominance to pull ahead early. Zeth is cruising right now, leading 2-1. He's been seeing a lot of success lately with that 3-game run. Omnic has completely flipped the script here, moving from a deficit to a dead heat. This is exactly the kind of pressure the higher rated side hates. Zeth edges ahead by 1, but Omnic is surging. The higher rated man is starting to exert his will. We are all square now, 3-all. He's feeling dangerous after that recent 3-game hot streak. The momentum has completely shifted, and Zeth is starting to look a bit rattled right now. We've hit a deadlock at 4 apiece. Zeth is definitely looking more like the favored player right now. Omnic just takes the lead, 5-4. That was a lightning fast reaction to take the lead. Omnic is carrying a huge amount of confidence right now with a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. And that aggressive style is clearly working against Zeth. If he keeps playing with this level of precision, it might be too much for Zeth to overcome. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. And honestly, he's doing his part to break that historical head-to-head slump. Zeth has a better overall map win rate here, but he's not putting that to use yet. Time to swap sides. Omnic is running away with it, leading 8-5. That's a really tough spot for the higher ranked man to be in. A strong response here to tighten the gap and keep this fight alive. Another clean shot for Zeth, proving he's not folding despite that early deficit. Omnic maintains his cushion, pushing to 9-7. The higher ranked competitor needs a real answer here. Omnic is really pulling away now, sitting at 10-7. He's just completely taking over the map right now, picking up another quick win to extend his run. He's just untouchable right now, securing a 4th straight to put himself on the verge of victory. Unbelievable! He seals the deal with a perfect final shot to take the series. He's finally shaken off that head-to-head slump and looks completely in control of this rivalry lately. Omnic is coming in with a high level of confidence and a 4-win streak. It's a strong contrast to Lancer, who has struggled to find his footing over the last few games, and he'll need to adjust quickly if he wants to shake this momentum. He's just on another level right now, taking a perfect 3-0 lead.
It's a total reversal from their usual patterns.
A huge response from Lancer, showing some grit to get back on the board. The favorite is still in control, but he's not completely untouchable. He's refusing to back down, securing another point to keep the deficit manageable. It's a complete shift from how things started for him earlier. Incredible. We are all square now, and the momentum has completely swung toward Lancer. A quick answer there to take a narrow lead. Lancer definitely had the map advantage coming into this pair. Omnic has taken a commanding lead here, which is interesting since their head-to-head record is a dead heat at 125-126. Well, it's starting to feel like he's finally breaking that historical stalemate. Now it's all about whether he can close this out before Lancer makes another push. Omnic stays in the driver's seat at 6-4. He's really putting that recent 70% form on display. Lancer is starting to look really vulnerable out here. He can't seem to find a way to stop the momentum. Lancer is really feeling the weight of those last two matchups. Omnic heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, this is a shock given that Lancer usually holds the advantage here. He's fighting a tough uphill battle right now against an opponent who's just outplayed him. Time for a hard reset. Omnic keeps the pressure on with an 8-5 cushion. Squeezing out a tough fight there to keep things competitive. Omnic is just cruising now, leading 9-5. His current form is mirroring that last victory over Lancer. Lancer isn't going to let this slip away easily, showing a lot of resilience to keep himself in the mix. A solid response from a player who's naturally better on this layout. What a frantic trade! He barely clings to life with a tiny sliver of health to secure another point. Absolutely refuses to go down without a fight. What a scrap! He walks away from that wreckage with almost nothing left, continuing his charge. Total dominance in the mirror match as he clears a path back. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that deficit to tie this thing up. A complete flip of the pre-match script we expected. Pure brilliance from the comeback kid, who just shut down that rival run with a clean shot. The tide has completely turned in this series. He's absolutely on fire now, picking up his 6th straight victory to extend the lead. The initial favorites are looking completely lost at this stage. He's simply not missing, moving just 1 point away from the finish line. Lancer is playing a completely different game right now. What a result! Lancer closes it out and completes a stunning reversal to take the match. He looked totally defeated early on, but he just found another gear when it mattered most. Talk about a turnaround! What a fight! Zeth has been incredibly dominant in this rivalry, winning about 61% of their previous encounters. That historical weight really gives him a mental edge right now. We have to see if Lancer can shake off that memory to keep this close. Zeth really capitalized on that high ground, using the ramp to put himself in the driver's seat. Lancer is definitely looking for a way to flip this on his head. Zeth is just running away with a 3-1 lead. The gap between them on the ladder is actually pretty slim. Unreal! Both players were nearly out of health, but he barely manages to scrape through. He's playing like the favorite right now. Lancer secures the kill from the ramp, proving he's still very much in this fight. He's really fighting to close that gap early. Zeth has really found his footing in the early phase, securing a strong 5-round lead. It's particularly interesting because the betting outlook had these two very close before the match started. Lancer is definitely feeling the pressure to pivot his approach here. Lancer manages to pull him off the Tetris, continuing this impressive push back into the game. The pressure is really mounting for him now. Zeth holds a 2-round cushion as we hit double digits. Lancer usually manages to hold his own against him in these sets. He secures another win from the ramp, keeping the pressure on right before the swap. He's definitely finding a way to disrupt the flow. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Lancer was expected to take control here, but Zeth is proving he can hold his own. It is anyone's game as we switch sides. Complete toss-up now. Zeth pulls ahead by a single round. His ranking just barely edges out the competition in this pair. Lancer catches him from the ramp, completely leveling the score at 7-7. Total reset for both of them as we head into the next one. Another quick outplay from the ramp, and Lancer officially takes the lead. He's really starting to seize the momentum in this half. Zeth is fighting back, quickly taking control of the server and bringing this right back to a dead heat. A real clash of styles between the two. A total shutdown. He finishes that exchange in a heartbeat without taking any damage. Lancer digs deep and manages to force him off the ramp, continuing this gritty recovery. Lancer is playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. Lancer takes another high damage engagement to further extend his lead. A crushing stretch of rounds for the favorite right here. Lancer closes in on the win, extending his run to 4 straight. This is exactly why he was tipped to be a danger tonight. What a finish! He puts on an absolute clinic to storm back and secure the map. Zeth really tried to put up a fight early on, but he just couldn't keep up with that pace towards the end. Zeth holds a historical edge over the course of 700 matches. It's clear he's comfortably leaning into that psychological advantage right now. We'll see if Omnic can shake things up early. Zeth is just on fire early, utilizing that ramp to shut everything down. It's a tough start for Omnic after that 13-7 victory earlier today. He is simply too fast today, taking complete control of the pace. The higher rated man is definitely making his presence felt. What a scrap! Omnic manages to claw one back and show some real grit. He's showing he can compete with the preferred choice today. Zeth is looming large with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's showing why he's currently holding a higher spot on the ladder. Omnic secures a towering advantage from the ramp, proving he's not going down without a fight. A very different story than those matches against Viper. Omnic has been playing at a high level lately with a 70% win rate over his last 10 games. It's a stark contrast to how he's starting this particular set. We need to see if he can translate that overall form into a comeback here. Zeth is cruising toward a dominant 6-2 victory. The higher seeded man is definitely taking control of the tempo here. He is just unstoppable right now, snatching back the momentum with another quick kill. Everything is pointing toward the higher seeded man today. He manages to trade out from the ramp, cutting into the lead. He's definitely trying to flip the script from their previous encounter today. Zeth is practically untouchable with an 8-3 cushion. Zeth heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, we expected a close fight between these two, but Zeth is simply outplaying him here. He's definitely in the driver's seat right now. Fresh start for both. Omnic is starting to build some real heat, pulling Zeth right off that ramp. Zeth is looking a bit shaken after that quick sequence. Another clean frame for Omnic, who is refusing to let this match slip away. Zeth hasn't looked this vulnerable since his match against Kale. He's completely shifted the energy now, continuing this run of momentum to keep the pressure on. Zeth recovers his poise, shutting things down quickly from the ramp. He's holding a solid advantage in their overall head-to-head history. Zeth is really making that ramp his sanctuary today, taking total control of the map. A clean response back for the higher rated player. A huge response from the window as Omnic continues this gritty push to get back into the game. A flawless sequence from the window, keeping this improbable rally alive. The tension is skyrocketing as we get within striking distance of the finish. Zeth needed that answer immediately to keep his lead secure. He really wanted to get back to that 52% edge. A patient exchange of shots that finally ends in his favor, narrowing the gap to just one. The underdog is completely refusing to back down now. Unbelievable. He has completely erased the deficit, bringing the score to an absolute deadlock at 11-11. Absolutely staggering to see this turnaround as he climbs to within a single round of victory. What an absolute miracle! Omnic closes the door on this series and completes the most incredible comeback of the day. Just a complete reversal of fortunes for the higher seed. He had everything in his grasp, but just couldn't close that final gap. What a fight! Lancer has a long-term advantage in their head-to-head history with a total of 127 wins over Omnic. It's a narrow gap, but that historical edge usually puts him in the driver's seat. We'll see if he can reclaim that momentum early. Omnic is surging ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after that win over Zeth. Omnic is really taking control here. He's looking incredibly sharp with his timing today. Omnic's now holding a slim 3-2 edge over Lancer. A solid response from the player who usually carries the weight here. And we are deadlocked at 3 apiece now. He's definitely fighting through the pressure as the predicted underdog today. The tide has completely turned, with Lancer putting together a strong 3-round run. The top-seeded guy is starting to exert his will here. Simply flawless. He's now staring down a 4-round surge to take a 5-3 lead. That's a really tough spot to be in for the pre-match favorite. A quick reflex win for Omnic to halt that momentum. Their ranks are nearly identical, making this feel like a true coin toss. Lancer is leaning heavily into his map experience, which stands at a strong 47% win rate. We've already seen that technical familiarity paying off in his current lead. Now it's a matter of whether Omnic can bridge that gap before the half. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. Well, Omnic is definitely playing above his usual rank right now. He weathered that 4-round run from Lancer to keep this totally wide open. Everything's on the table now. Omnic claws back in front with a 7-6 lead. His overall win rate is lower, but he's playing the better game right now. Omnic is really pulling away now, leading 8-6. The ranking gap is almost non-existent, making this battle incredibly tight. A fierce exchange ends with him digging deep to secure a 3rd straight victory. He's completely flipped the script on how these two usually trade rounds. He's just unstoppable right now, picking up another effortless win to maintain his grip on this game. A clean response from Lancer to break that momentum. The lower rated man is showing some real grit here. Omnic has a really strong grip on this game right now, putting an incredible amount of pressure on Lancer. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer to this particular look. Omnic is still comfortably ahead, but those quick reaction times from Lancer are starting to make this feel a lot closer. He's not letting that favorite status go to waste today. That's another point for Lancer, who is stubbornly refusing to let this series slip away. It's becoming an uphill climb for the favored player. A total shutdown for Lancer, who now has 3 straight rounds in his pocket. He is certainly living up to that high seed today. He is on absolute fire, tying up this series with a 4th straight win. Absolute chaos now, as we've completely lost sight of who the favorite is. What a fight! Omnic digs deep to survive that exchange and move within reach of victory. He just barely eked out that one with a sliver of health left. Unbelievable! He has fought his way back from the edge to force this series into overtime. This is exactly why the ladder ranks these two so closely. Absolutely wild. That was a complete slugfest, and Omnic somehow manages to outlast him in the chaos. A complete reversal of the recent result between these two. Lancer refuses to back down, securing the kill from the boost to lock things up at 13-13. The tension is absolutely peaking as we head into the extra frames. Lancer keeps the pressure high, continuing his resurgence to take a narrow lead. That was a fast one, keeping the heat on for the next frame. Lancer is absolutely surging now, putting himself just one step away from the finish line. That's a lightning fast exchange to seal the advantage. Omnic comes through with a huge stop, preventing the finish and keeping this thriller alive. That was a critical reset to keep his hopes alive. He survives a brutal trade to secure another point and bring this a dead heat at 15-15. Total deadlock now as we head deeper into these overtimes. Lancer barely edges ahead to take a 16-15 lead. Omnic answers right back to bring us to 16-16. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 in this absolute nail-biter. He's outperforming that rank 30 spot right now. Total parity once again as we hit a 17-17 stalemate. The nerves must be absolutely shredding them both right now. Lancer just sneaks ahead, holding an 18-17 lead. That was just a surgical display of positioning by Lancer. Omnic hits the reset button, we're back to 18-18. He's really capitalizing on every opportunity today. Omnic just grabs a critical lead at 19-18. Lancer claws back to force a 19-19 tie. Omnic takes the steering wheel with a 20-19 advantage. And we're back to square one at 20-all. The mental fortitude on display from both of them is just staggering. Omnic just barely reclaimed his lead at 21-20. He is really leaning into the favorites role today. Omnic pushes a 2-point cushion as we hit 42. He's finally managed to get the better of his longtime rival in a marathon battle. Lancer put up a hell of a fight to stay in this. What a match! Zeth holds a significant advantage in their head-to-head history, having won a huge number of their past meetings. But he's coming into this server on a 3-match losing streak. It's a tough spot mentally for him to be in. Lancer is really cruising with a 2-0 lead. Lancer has been the one coming out on top recently. A wild slugfest where both players nearly bottomed out, but he just barely outlasted the competition. His current slump is mirroring a rough series of games today. That's a bold response from Zeth, taking the round without letting a single shot land on him. Zeth finds his mark from the ramp, continuing this push to close the gap. The early edge Zeth had in their history is finally showing. Absolutely incredible. He manages to level the score, finally wiping out that early lead. Lancer answers back immediately to reclaim a slim lead. Lancer is looking very comfortable after that previous 13-8 victory. What a turnaround. Zeth is refusing to fold, completely evening the score at 4-4. That was a lightning fast exchange to get things even. He's just too sharp, strolling into the lead with a total lockdown on the round. That shift in power is starting to feel permanent. Pure chaos now, as Zeth brings us back to a dead heat at 5 apiece. Both of these players have stayed remarkably consistent through their matches today. He's simply not going away, keeping the pressure high as the first half winds down. A quick recovery that puts him in a strong position. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, he's defying the expectations going into this one. He's managing to outplay the favorite despite coming in with a cold streak. Lancer needs a strong start here. He's simply refusing to let Lancer breathe, extending that lead to 8-5. It's the kind of composure you expect from the favorite. A complete shutdown from the leading player, continuing this impressive surge forward. He's starting to look every bit like the favorite. He simply outclasses the competition from the red, putting a tight grip on this match. Lancer is really feeling the pressure now. Lancer gets a clean look at this one to keep things competitive. Slightly higher on the ladder, but he's fighting an uphill climb. Zeth is currently sitting on a 44% all-time win rate across a massive sample size, but the real story today is that he's fighting through a brutal slump to hold on to this lead. If he can't close this out soon, Lancer is going to ride this momentum all the way home. Lancer is fighting back, narrowing the gap and keeping things very interesting. That was a quick return to the server to keep this fight alive. Lancer keeps his foot on the gas, grabbing another round to stay in this game. He's managed to carve out a real opening here. Unbelievable! He manages to claw back from the edge in a complete firefight, putting him just one win away from victory. Unbelievable! Zeth shuts the door with a perfect final shot to complete his comeback. He's finally snapped that losing streak with a massive performance to end the day. He really dug deep for this one. What a fight! Zeth actually leads the head-to-head record with 407 wins over the lifetime of their rivalry. But he's really struggling to find any footing today, while Omnic's coming off a strong win in their most recent meeting. It'll be interesting to see if the historical edge carries Zeth through this. Omnic's now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He seems to have the upper hand for now. Omnic is really putting the pressure on early, quickly building a cushion for himself. A tough stretch for Zeth, who's dropped his last 3 matches today. Omnic holds a slim edge, leading 3-2. That was a blink and you missed it exchange. Omnic is cruising along now with a 4-2 lead. Both of these players are fighting through a rough patch of form today. Omnic has managed to stay positive with a 6-3 record over the last day. It's clear that current momentum is weighing heavier than the raw skill gap here. Zeth is simply not playing up to his usual level. Zeth is showing some real grit here, picking up his 2nd straight round to close the gap. The momentum is shifting, though the rating edge still favors the leader. Omnic shuts that down, quickly catching Zeth right as he tried to hold the ramp. The 25 seed is really struggling to hold his ground. Zeth is refusing to go away, keeping the pressure high as we head toward the break. Both sides are really trading blows now. We head into the break deadlocked at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the type of toss-up we anticipated. Zeth is fighting his way back into the match despite a rough start to the day. Clean slate for both of them. He's showing a lot of heart, managing to tip the scales in his favor. Really impressive for the underdog to climb back this far. He's really digging in his heels and refuses to let the momentum slide back the other way. Unbelievable. Omnic survives by a thread, barely escaping that scramble to knock him off the ramp. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he comes out on top. Zeth is proving remarkably stubborn, clawing his way back into this fight. The favorite is finally starting to exert his will. What a fight! He manages to clear Zeth off the ramp and survive with a sliver of health. A real battle of nerves for the 2 closest players in the server. And just like that, Omnic and Zeth are tied up at 9 apiece. A complete flip from the typical odds we'd expect here. He's staying strong, picking up another quick point to take the lead. He's finally finding his footing after those earlier struggles. The resurgence continues for Zeth, keeping his composure to secure another victory. Everything is clicking for the underdog as he takes control. Simply terrifying stuff from Zeth, who is now just a single round away from victory. Really showcasing the skill gap we've seen in their long-term matchups. Absolutely incredible. Zeth digs deep to close the series and secures the victory. Just a massive shift in energy from the first half. He really had to fight through the mud to get this one done. What a match. Omnic is currently riding a 6-4 run through the last day. It helps a bit considering his last meeting with Lancer went his way too. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that head-to-head momentum swinging. Lancer strikes back and we're deadlocked at 1 apiece. It's a tight matchup for two players sitting very close on the ladder. Lancer is really starting to take control of the pace here, quickly shutting down that high ground attempt. He's really skating on thin ice with that health pool. Lancer edges ahead, taking a slim 3-2 lead. Expected a bit more of an early surge from the favorite. Lancer is just dominating, pushing it to a 4-2 lead. He really looks like he has the edge here today. Lancer just walked through a brutal exchange, keeping his lead as the momentum swings completely his way. Just a couple of spots separates them on the ladder. Lancer is simply untouchable right now, extending that streak to 4 consecutive rounds. Absolutely wild. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to secure his 5th straight round. Really doesn't look like the favorite's kind of day so far. Omnic finally finds his opening, cutting down that run to bring it back to 3-7. The two are almost identical in the ladder rankings. Lancer typically has the upper hand in these matchups, and honestly, it's interesting to see him shaking right now. He's looking a bit vulnerable as he lets this lead slip away. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, the favorite is firmly in the driver's seat here. He looked very sharp during that big mid-half run, so this is exactly what we anticipated. Fresh start for both sides. He's showing some real grit here, clawing right back into this series. The momentum is shifting just as we expected for the favorite. Lancer holds a narrow 2-round cushion at 8-6. A real battle of the mid-tier rankings we have here. He's staying strong, securing another fast win from the box to keep the pressure on. Lancer has been looking quite steady throughout the day overall. Lancer stays in the driver's seat with a 9-7 gap. He's really starting to build some momentum after that break. A chaotic scramble where both players traded heavy damage, but he finally secures the win. Neither of them is letting the other breathe right now. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that firestorm, finally evening things up at 9-9. Absolutely flawless. He strolls to a lead after a completely clean win. He's starting to look completely composed right now. Absolute chaos in this trade, but he holds his ground to take a commanding lead. Lancer just can't find a way to stem the tide. What a scramble! Lancer manages to walk away from that carnage with barely anything left in the tank. A huge sigh of relief for that guy after such a nail-biter. He just won't go away. Omnic is now on the verge of a massive upset. The favorite is finally asserting himself when it matters most. He refuses to go down easily, stopping the bleeding and forcing this deep into the final stretch. Lancer is completely flawless as he levels the playing field, sending us straight into overtime. He stays cool under pressure and takes the lead, continuing this incredible surge. That was an incredibly crisp exchange to take the lead. An incredibly sharp read as he just picks Lancer off the box to extend his lead. He's truly on fire now, taking his third in a row to put his opponent on the ropes. What a phenomenal conclusion. Omnic secures the final kill to storm back and take the series. He really clawed his way back from the brink there, proving he could handle the pressure in overtime. Tough loss for Lancer. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off today on Italy to see who comes out on top. Zeth owns the head-to-head record with a strong 61% win rate over his opponent. That's a massive mental advantage to have coming into this series. It'll be interesting to see if that historical dominance holds up today. Zeth is really putting the pressure on with a 2-1 lead. Lancer's recent slump is really starting to show. He is simply too fast, claiming another round without taking a single point of damage. Lancer answers back quickly with a lightning fast shot to keep things close. And just like that, Lancer has forced a total deadlock. Lancer is shaking off those recent losses and looks sharp. Zeth holds the advantage and manages to take control of the map from the wine bottles. What a fight! Both players were swinging wildly, but Lancer just barely scrapes through the chaos. Lancer now leads by 1 after a tight battle. He's managed to shake off a tough stretch of losses lately. Lancer completely shuts him down from the wine, continuing this hot streak. Unreal, Zeth survives an absolute war of attrition to force the score to 5-6 right before the break. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Lancer was supposed to have the upper hand here, but Zeth is proving he belongs in this match. Now it's just a toss-up who takes the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Zeth regains the lead, moving ahead 7-6. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-9 win earlier. Lancer claws back to tie things up at 7-all. Neither side is letting the other breathe in this set. Lancer is really starting to seize the momentum here, quickly picking up 2 in a row. He's completely taken over now, racking up 3 straight points in a row. Lancer is really fighting back after those rough losses earlier today. What a scramble! Zeth barely comes out alive after an absolute shootout to hold that momentum. A huge test of nerves for Lancer given his rough run today. We are completely locked in at 9 apiece. The ranking gap is narrow, but he's definitely the one playing with the lead right now. Lancer just snatched the lead, putting him up 10-9. Lancer is really fighting to reverse his fortunes today. We are back to a dead heat. This series is becoming a complete coin flip. It's a battle of the mid-table as Zeth takes the fight back. It's just a toss-up at this point. We're seeing a complete trade of rounds lately. He's fighting an uphill battle after that crushing loss to Omnic. Lancer strikes first to put himself on the verge of victory. It's a tough spot for the initial favorite to be in. Lancer survives a brutal exchange to close out the series. He finally breaks that head-to-head curse and manages to outplay his rival when it mattered most. Zeth was just a step too slow. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off today on red line to see who takes the win. Omnic uses their height on the ramp to get a fast lead early on. He's fighting an uphill battle against a long-time rival. What a fight! Zeth manages to scrape through a chaotic exchange to level the series. Zeth continues to hold the upper hand in this career rivalry. Omnic is looking sharp today, effectively shutting down Zeth's attempt to control the ramp. The higher rated player will need to shake this off quickly. Deadlock, we're all square at 2 apiece right now. Zeth seems to be in control of this head-to-head rivalry. Zeth is really putting on the pressure now, securing another round from that Tetris spot. He's carrying over the momentum from their previous meeting earlier today. That was an effortless finish, and the momentum has completely swung in Zeth's favor. Omnic gets the faster reaction here to cut into the deficit. Zeth has historically been the stronger force in their head-to-head. Zeth has an all-time win rate of 44%, which puts him in a strong position. It's a significant bump over what we normally see from Omnic on this map. He's definitely exploiting that structural advantage to push a decent lead. Omnic is putting on a clinic right now, just cleaning up the map and leaving Zeth in the dust. Zeth has typically been the more consistent performer in this matchup. Zeth really likes fighting for control of that ramp. He manages to outduel Omnic once again. Zeth is looking a bit more comfortable than he did in his last match against Lancer. We're all caught up at 6 apiece, and honestly this is exactly what you expect from such a balanced pair. Zeth almost ran away with things during that 3-game run, but Omnic has fought back to keep the series tight. Let's see who blinks first. Zeth just edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. The difference in rating is slim, but he's showing why he's the higher seed. Absolute chaos there, but Zeth barely manages to emerge alive from that brutal exchange. Heart-stopping finish for that round, barely holding on with a sliver of health. What a war of attrition! Zeth survives that absolute slugfest to keep his run going. It feels like a continuation of that 13-9 result from their last meeting. Omnic puts on a showcase of composure, shutting Zeth down from the ramp to keep this comeback alive. Omnic had a rough outing against Lancer, so this resilience is great to see. Another clean win for Omnic, refusing to let Zeth pull away in this series. Zeth has definitely lost his footing here. Unreal! He clings to life by a thread after holding that ramp in a desperate fight. A total scramble there, but he somehow found the winning shot. Zeth looks entirely too comfortable right now, capitalizing on those quick reactions to build a dangerous lead. A completely effortless trade for Omnic, who continues to dig deep to close this gap. He's definitely found his rhythm in this second half. Omnic pulls that off, picking him off the Tetris and continuing this gritty rally. The pressure is mounting for the top-seeded player here. Absolutely stellar. He secures that 3rd straight win from the ramp to bring the series level. He is making a very strong case for being the better player today. What an incredible surge. He moves to 12 rounds and now holds all the leverage. Zeth just can't find a way to stop this charge. Unbelievable. Omnic digs deep to survive that bloodbath and completes an epic climb back to victory. He really refused to break tonight. After falling in their previous set earlier today, he just found a way to get the better of Zeth. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup on Mapus today between Omnic and Lancer. Let's see who takes it. Omnic enters this series with an 8-4 record in the last day, showing significantly more confidence than his opponent. It's definitely an interesting contrast, considering he's historically struggled to find his footing on this specific map. We'll see if that recent momentum can outweigh the map disadvantage. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. It is quite a shift from their last match together. Lancer is proving he can hold his own here, bringing this set right back to a dead heat. The head-to-head record between these two is remarkably balanced. Lancer takes a narrow 3-2 lead after that. The momentum is shifting for the player who stepped in as the underdog. And just like that, Omnic levels things at 3-3. He certainly looks sharp after that 13-11 victory against Death earlier. Lancer just needs one solid round to put a damper on this momentum. He's really capitalizing on his hot streak from earlier this afternoon. We are completely locked in at 4-4 now. Lancer has usually been the one to come out on top here. Omnic pulls ahead by 1, taking a 5-4 lead. Lancer's overall experience is clear, having played thousands more games in his career. Omnic is really defying the odds here, with a win rate of only 37% across his career. It's impressive to see him controlling the pace of this game despite that history. He's showing a lot of composure in those high pressure moments. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Omnic is refusing to back down despite the map disadvantage. This is a total toss-up heading into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic breaks the tie and grabs a 7-6 edge. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Omnic is really rolling now, extending his lead to 8-6. His overall career win rate is looking a lot lower than his current play. Lancer reacts quickly to catch Omnic out of position, securing the round from the ramp. Lancer needed a quick response and he delivered it right there. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life with just a sliver of health to take that fight. Lancer is really feeling the pressure today after that tough series against Zeth. Omnic is just dominating, cruising to a 10-7 lead. The momentum is mirroring that 16-12 result they just had on Dunes. Lancer is refusing to fade away, digging deep to keep this fight alive. The veteran is fighting a tough battle to climb back. The gap is nearly closed now. Lancer is really starting to find his footing in this series. Goodness, that was absolute chaos. Omnic barely survives that scramble to reclaim a 2-round lead. That's a tough spot to be in for the veteran right now. Lancer just completely shut him down, continuing to claw back into this game. Lancer is refusing to let the favorite coast to a finish. Absolute mayhem in this exchange. He barely makes it out alive with a sliver of health left. He's just refusing to stay down in these nail biters. What a finish. Omnic closes it out and takes the victory. Lancer really fought back to keep this thing exciting, but he just couldn't find the final push. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We've got Zeth and Lancer facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Zeth really owns the head-to-head history here, leading their rivalry 184-118. It's a surprising dynamic since Lancer usually comes into these as the favorite. We'll see if that historical gap continues to play a role as the match develops. He catches the target from the ramp, continuing this early surge. Absolute lockdown from Zeth, who shuts the door on this opening set with a completely effortless victory. Lancer answers back immediately with a rapid reaction. He's refusing to back down, putting together a strong 2-round push to stay in the fight. Lancer is starting to prove the pre-match odds wrong here. An aggressive encounter with both players on the ramp, but Zeth is the one who comes out on top. The lower ranked player in this pairing is starting to take control. Lancer is showing real grit here, putting his opponent down from the ramp. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence tonight. Zeth is playing with much more confidence than his last 10 games suggest. It's quite a turn from his recent 30% win rate. Now we just have to see if he can keep this pressure up. Zeth is putting on a clinic from the ramp, extending his lead to 4 rounds. Lancer has a slight statistical advantage on the map overall. Zeth keeps the momentum going, leading 7-4. It's just another instance of the lower seed playing spoiler. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break, while Lancer was supposed to hold the advantage here, but he's struggling to keep up. Zeth looks like he's ready to push this upset all the way. Lancer needs a quick spark here. He claims another win from the ramp, continuing this sturdy rally. This is definitely a tight contest between these two. A lightning fast shot brings things dead even, showing just how stubborn he's being today. Zeth barely edges ahead with a slim 8-7 lead. A huge difference from his tough outings against Omnic earlier today. Zeth pulls further ahead, now sitting on a 9-7 cushion. Lancer had more success in their previous encounter. What a scramble! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Zeth eventually secures the kill to keep this roll going. His recent struggles against Omnic are completely absent here. Lancer keeps the pressure high, securing another clean kill to keep the deficit manageable. Lancer has the higher peak on the ladder for a reason. Zeth is really starting to separate himself here, carving out a significant lead in a very short amount of time. Zeth secures another effortless round from the toolbox, moving himself to the edge of victory. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfectly timed burst to secure the victory. He really just shook off all that bad luck from his other games today to get this one over the line. Zeth has a clear advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 52% of their encounters. It is interesting to see him starting strong here because Omnic has actually been in much better form lately. We'll see if that early pressure is enough to shut down those recent winning streaks. Zeth is just not letting up, cruising to a comfortable lead. Zeth is really capitalizing on that home turf advantage here. A fast reaction there to get back on the board and break the early momentum. The underdog is finally finding a way to answer back. What a fight! He barely survives that scrap to keep his lead at 4. His recent struggles in the league aren't showing at all. Zeth is dominating a massive 5-1 lead right now. A much cleaner look at the kill this time. He's completely in control now, putting together a strong 3-round run. Zeth is really making his mark on this server today. A quick outplay here to get that second round on the board. He is definitely bringing that confidence from his recent win over Lancer. Zeth has a stronger historical grip on this map, with a 43% win rate. And it's really starting to show as he puts a huge distance between himself and his opponent. He just needs to keep this momentum going to close the gap on those rankings. Zeth is still firmly in the driver's seat at 7-4. The lower seeded player is really fighting back here. Zeth heads into the break with an 8-4 cushion. Well, he's definitely managing to hold off the hotter player right now. Omnic had the momentum coming in, but Zeth is the one controlling the pace of this series. Time for a fresh start. Zeth is simply untouchable, pushing his lead to 9-4. Both these players are fighting for every bit of ground right now. Omnic claws back around, bringing it to 5-9. Omnic is definitely leaning on his strong recent form here. A smart use of that ramp to get the edge, and now we've got a real contest on our hands. Zeth stays in the lead, sitting pretty at 10-6. He looks a lot more refreshed after that victory against Lancer earlier. Zeth is practically closing this out, leaving Omnic with a massive mountain to climb. It's a huge swing from their last series on the red line. Unreal. He survives a brutal exchange by the skin of his teeth to keep this match alive. A crucial step in the right direction for him. A chaotic exchange of fire, but Zeth earns the victory and puts himself just one round away from the win. He's definitely showing why he's the higher seed in this pairing. What a fierce final battle, but Zeth digs deep to seal the victory. He really leaned on his experience here and managed to shut down that hot streak Omnic brought into the lobby. Omnic has a very tight head-to-head lead with 128 total round wins over Lancer. It's an incredibly close historical rivalry that makes every single round here feel like a toss-up. It will be interesting to see if that narrow edge translates into a dominant start today. Omnic is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. His recent 9-5 run over the last day is looking strong. Lancer was expected to have a stronger showing here, but he's looking quite shaky at the start. Lancer had a much better record on this terrain historically. Lancer claws back to keep it tense at 3-2. That was a cleaner exchange, bringing the totals nearly even. Omnic extends his lead to a 4-2 advantage. Lancer has usually controlled the pace in their past meetings. Lancer is refusing to go away, making this a real battle of attrition. He's really leaning into that map expertise now. Omnic is currently holding a 5-3 lead, and it's a bit surprising considering Lancer usually enters these matchups as the clear favorite. Well, he's definitely fighting an uphill battle right now, given his recent 5-9 form over the last day. We just have to see if he can stabilize and push back. Lancer is putting up a fight, simply outclassing his opponent in that last exchange. Omnic is pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 7-4. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, Lancer was supposed to be the much stronger player here. It looks like he's struggling to keep up with the underdog's current momentum. Lancer needs a spark right now. That's a very fast response time on that kill. He's starting to put some real pressure on the lead. Omnic maintains a slim 2-round cushion at 8-6. A tough spot for the rank 32 player to be in. A hard-fought exchange here, but he manages to call another one back. He's showing much more composure in these exchanges now. Absolutely wild exchange. He barely scrapes through that firefight with just a sliver of health left. Omnic is really breaking away now, pushing to 10-7. He looks a lot more settled than he did in the game against Zap. What a scramble! Omnic digs deep to survive that chaos and puts a massive dent in Lancer's hopes. Lancer answers back with a clean shot to slow the momentum. It's a stark contrast to those recent struggles in his last few games. He takes control of this exchange, putting himself just one round away from victory. He's showing a lot of confidence in his movements right now. Lancer manages to hold his ground in a grueling duel to keep the match going. Really fighting to close that gap after a tough start. What a finish! Omnic closes out the series with an absolute blur of a shot. He's just taking over their head-to-head rivalry now. Lancer couldn't find the answer for that lightning fast reaction time tonight. Lancer strikes first, clearing Zeth right off that box for a fast start. Lancer is really putting the pressure on early here, getting the better of Zeth for a second straight round. A wild exchange of fire, but the advantage stays firmly with Lancer. A complete reversal from their previous meeting on fast aim. Lancer is simply outclassing him right now, storming to a commanding early lead. Zeth finally finds his mark, securing a clean response to get back on the board. He's really holding his own, claiming another one from the box to tighten the gap. He's simply on fire right now, claiming a third straight victory to keep this rally alive. The favorite is finally starting to look the part. Unreal. That was a complete war of attrition. But he claws through for the win with just 3 health left. Lancer has been struggling in his latest matches, so this is big. Hard stopping. He barely scrapes through that exchange, showing incredible grit to stay in this. Things are getting incredibly tight as the gap shrinks to 1. Absolute brilliance from Zeth to pluck him off the box and even things up. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Lancer edges ahead by a single round. Looking for some consistency after a tough run of losses lately. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, Lancer entered as the favorite, but he's struggling to separate himself from Zeth today. It'll be a toss-up who takes the lead after the switch. Clean slate for round 13. Lancer is really making a statement here, just as he manages to pluck Zeth off the box. He's looking for his first real momentum shift after those previous losses. Zeth has held a strong 61% win rate in their long history together, and honestly, it's a bit strange to see him trailing this far behind. He usually owns this matchup, so the pressure is really on to reverse this trend before Lancer pulls away completely. He is refusing to go away, showing plenty of heart to chip back into the deficit. He's continuing the charge, putting an end to that short rally with a fast kill. Zeth is certainly finding his timing now. Lancer keeps a 2-round cushion, leading 10-8. Just a few matches ago, he was on a 3-game skid. The persistence is paying off for Zeth as he manages to carve out another round. The favorite is starting to look a lot more comfortable now. He secures the equalizer from the box, completely erasing that deficit. That was an incredibly fast exchange to bring this back to a dead heat. What a fight! He barely hangs on with a sliver of life to claim his 3rd straight victory. Absolute nail-biter for that one. Absolute dominance. He catches Lancer on the box to move within a single round of victory. A complete collapse from the other side of this match. A huge stop for Lancer, who shuts things down by knocking Zeth off the box. That response was incredibly crisp to keep this series alive. Incredible. Zeth closes the series with a perfect finish to complete a stunning rally. It just didn't stop raining on Lancer's head today. He fought so hard to close the gap, but that final push was too much. What a fight. Zeth has a strong historic advantage here with 409 total wins over his opponent. It's interesting to see Omnic starting the map on the front foot, since he's traditionally struggled against this particular opponent. This will be a tough mental battle if Zeth can't find his footing early. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Zeth has definitely put up better numbers in their previous meetings. Zeth secures that red position and manages to bring things back to a dead heat. Omnic just takes the lead, putting Zeth on the back foot. He's certainly shaking off the dust from that 13-7 loss earlier today. What a scrap. Both were leaking health, but he just barely holds on to level the score. He's showing the top 25 form on the ladder right now. Omnic is really cleaning up these exchanges, cutting Zeth down quickly even from that ramp position. Omnic is really putting the pressure on right now, taking Zeth down even with the height advantage. It's becoming a real battle of the mid-tier rankings here. Omnic holds a slim one-round cushion as we head back. He's been incredibly consistent in his last few matches today. Omnic has been exceptionally sharp today, putting up a 10-5 record in his recent matches. It's a stark contrast to how things usually go for him against Zeth. He's really playing with a new sense of confidence in this specific series. Omnic is leading 8-4 going into the break. I mean, it is quite a shock to see him running away with it, since Zeth usually controls the pace on this map. He has a lot of momentum right now. Time to see if Zeth adjusts. He barely scrapes through that one, clutching the win just after picking his opponent off the blue. This is such a departure from their usual dynamics. Unreal, Zeth claws back in a frantic exchange, surviving by the skin of his teeth. He really just escaped that on a sliver of hell. Omnic is cruising right now, extending it to 9-6. A high-stakes battle between the 24th and 25th best in the league. That was a war of attrition, but Zeth manages to outlast him for a third straight point. Zeth is finally starting to look like the heavy favorite we expected. Another clean take for him, extending that impressive run to 4 straight. The momentum has completely shifted in this series. A sharp response from Omnic to put a stop to that run. He's really fighting back after those tough losses on other maps today. Omnic is really starting to put some distance between himself and Zeth, dealing with him quickly from below. Zeth completely shuts this exchange down, refusing to let the pressure get to him. He's fighting an uphill battle after that rough start. Omnic manages to secure the exchange and puts himself one step closer to the victory. A very disciplined effort from the higher seed here. Zeth refuses to go quietly, winning another intense duel to keep the dream alive. He's really showing the grit needed to close this gap. Unbelievable. Omnic claws back from the brink to secure the victory in a total scramble. Zeth really pushed the pace late in that one, but he just couldn't close the door. What a fight! Lancer opens things up with a clean shot from the ramp. Lancer is certainly making his presence felt early on in this set. Lancer is making the most of his statistical advantage on this map. Omnic has won 11 games in the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. He's already managing to claw back around against someone he usually struggles with historically. Let's see if he can keep this pressure up. Absolute chaos there, but he manages to hold the ramp and scrape through this one. Things are looking very different than they did earlier today. Unbelievable. He digs deep to claw out a victory with just a sliver of health left. His recent form is definitely mirroring the start of this match. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, putting together a 4-round tear. He's really leaning into that recent victory from their last encounter. What a fight! Lancer barely manages to survive that exchange, walking away with almost nothing left. It's a bit of a reversal from how the favorites were stacked. Omnic now holds a commanding 2-round lead at 5-3. He's really putting that 11-5 daily run to work. Lancer just couldn't find the gap in that skirmish on the ramp, and now he's staring down a significant deficit. Lancer is showing a lot of heart, securing a fast victory to keep the score close. Lancer really knows how to snap back when he's down. He secures another clean finish from the ramp, keeping this comeback rolling as we head toward the break. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, we're definitely looking at a shock here. Lancer has the map history on his side, but the underdog is completely ignoring the script tonight. Time to reset and go again. Lancer really struggled to find a way out of that scrap on the ramp, and now he's facing a steep hill to climb. He's really cementing that head-to-head lead we've seen over their history. Omnic has managed to hold a 50% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's proving to be a crucial mental edge as he pulls even further away in this series. Lancer really needs to find a way to break this rhythm before it's too late. Omnic is just cruising now with a commanding 10-6 lead. His confidence must be sky high after that recent victory over Lancer. Lancer is refusing to go quietly, keeping this series competitive with some lightning-fast exchanges. He's definitely feeling the weight of his struggle today. He's proving incredibly tough to put away, securing another fast round to keep the pressure on. What a scramble! Omnic pulls through the chaos to leave his opponent dead on the ramp, barely alive himself. Talk about a razor-thin margin to pull ahead there. Lancer stays aggressive and clears him off the ramp to keep this fight alive. Lancer is proving he can handle the pressure of this matchup. A tough battle in the air, but he manages to outlast his rival on the ramp. The gap in the rankings really isn't showing in this grind. Unbelievable. Lancer completely erases that deficit and wipes the slate clean with an 11 deadlock. Total parity now as we head into a dead heat. A huge response from Omnic, holding his ground on the ramp to reclaim the lead. The upper hand is shifting back to the expected favorite. Game over. Omnic secures the final blow to shut the door on this series. Lancer really fought back from the brink to force that deadlock, but he just couldn't find one more opening to seal the deal. He's gotta be gutted. Hard-fought win. Zed really controls the lifetime matchup with 186 wins over Lancer. It's interesting to see that historical dominance because we just saw Zed take a very tight series against him in their last outing. It will be a fight to see who takes the lead early here. He's just too fast right now, taking a commanding lead into the early stages. Lancer is really turning the tide on his recent form. What a fight! Zed digs deep to survive a brutal exchange and claw back around. Exactly what we expected from the favorite. Lancer is absolutely dominating this 4-1 lead. Things are going sideways for the rank 25 player right now. He's refusing to go down quietly, putting up a strong fight to close the gap. Zeth is starting to prove why he entered this as the favorite. Another clean exchange for Zeth, who's putting up a serious fight to get this match closer. The momentum is shifting toward the higher seeded player. Unreal. Both players traded heavy damage in that scramble, but he outlasts him to even the score. A complete reset as we head back to a deadlock. Zeth is completely taking over, securing another win to move into the lead. Lancer needs a response quickly to avoid falling further behind. Absolutely towering performance from him, capitalizing on the height advantage to secure 5 straight. Lancer manages to hold the slide and keep things close as we approach the halfway mark. He managed to get it back and keeps this series tight. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing like the stronger man here despite coming in as the underdog. He'll need to keep this pace up to seal the upset. Lancer needs to find his rhythm now. He's continuing the climb, refusing to let Lancer regain control of the series. That was a lightning-fast exchange to put him back in front. A very efficient response from Lancer, showing real grit to keep his hopes alive. It's a tough road for the lower seed to overcome. Another fast one for the trailing player, keeping the pressure high as he hunts for a tie. Zeth is starting to look shaky after those 2 quick losses. He shuts things down completely, asserting himself with a perfect burst to extend the lead. Pure confidence on display from him in that exchange. He simply refuses to be shaken, raining down fire from the ramp to push his lead to 10-7. Zeth is starting to look every bit like the favorite now. What a scramble! Lancer survives by a hair after clearing Zeth off the Tetris. He's really skating on thin ice with those low health wings. That was a complete shutout, leaving him in the dust as soon as the fight broke out. He is really stepping up for the bigger moments today. Lancer keeps his nerve, walking away unscathed to keep the pressure on. Lancer is fighting hard to prove the pre-match predictions wrong. Lancer puts an end to that momentum, dropping Zeth right off the boost. A huge swing in momentum to bring this back to a 1-round game. He secures this one without taking a single hit, moving himself to the edge of victory. A total shutdown of that attempt to regain ground. Unbelievable. Zeth closes the door with a perfect shot from heaven to complete the comeback. Lancer really pushed him to the limit, surviving those critical scraps twice to force a grind. He just couldn't close it out. What a fight. Omnic is coming into this on a high with a 12-5 record over the last day. It's an interesting contrast, since Zeth actually holds the long-term head-to-head lead. We'll see if that historical edge helps him close the gap now. A dead heat already. Omnic and Zeth are locked. We've got a tight race here with these two ranked right next to each other. Zeth takes a slight lead, putting Omnic on the defensive. He's really leaning into that higher all-time win percentage. Zeth is completely taking over, picking up another effortless round to extend his lead. That's a huge shift from their last clash on Mappas. Zeth is simply too fast right now, cruising to a 4-round run. The ranked 25 seed is putting on a show right now. Finally a response from Omnic, proving he's not going to just let this match slip away. It's a good look for the lower seed right now. Zeth is currently holding a significant lead in their all-time head-to-head rivalry. It's clear he's leaning on that psychological advantage as the map continues to play in his favor. The challenge now is seeing if Omnic can actually claw back into this. Zeth is firmly in control at 6-3. He is showing that same confidence we saw in his victory over Lancer earlier today. He earns another win for himself, continuing a strong push to narrow the gap. A real quick reaction time to secure that second straight round. Zeth is dominating the board at 7-4. Zeth shuts down that push instantly. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. And honestly, it's a fair result since Zeth has a higher win rate on orange. He's outplaying his opponent just enough to maintain the edge. Time to switch and reset. Omnic secures a flawless kill from the ramp, proving he's got the grit to push this series back. He looks much more comfortable on the server now. Unbelievable, he has completely erased that deficit to bring us back to a dead even split. This feels like a complete reset of the series. Absolutely crushing it now, he just keeps rolling, taking a lead in this series. That was a ridiculously fast encounter. He's just unstoppable right now, taking another effortless round to keep the momentum firmly on his side. He just cannot be stopped, securing his 5th straight victory to take a commanding lead. A timely reset to keep things interesting. Just a glimmer of hope for the lower seed. Another clean sweep for Zeth, who is showing a lot of heart to keep climbing back into this game. An absolute shutdown here as Omnic keeps pushing forward, refusing to let the match slip away. Zeth continues his climb, picking up the win from the ramp. That was a sharp exchange to get back into the mix. A huge moment for Omnic as he pushes straight to the brink of victory. A tight exchange that puts him in a prime spot. Zeth stays composed under pressure, ensuring the series doesn't end right here. The higher rank has a lot of pride to play for here. What an incredible fight back to close this out. Omnic takes the series with a perfect final round. What an incredible way to end this. He's finally starting to turn the tide against a long-time rival. Truly impressed with that resolve. What a match. Omnic has been on a tear lately with a 13-5 record over the last day. That hot streak is clearly contrasting with Lancer's recent slump. We'll see if the momentum continues to swing in Omnic's favor here. Lancer tried to hold the ramp, but Omnic just keeps coming out on top. He's really making it look easy right now. Omnic is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. That's a surprising shift, since the books had the other guy as the clear pick. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, and that ramp position worked out perfectly for him. Lancer has historically held his own in these matchups. Lancer fights through a brutal exchange to take the lead with 3 straight rounds. His recent struggle to close out sets is finally ending. Lancer just can't be stopped right now, keeping this run going for a 4th straight. The ranking difference isn't showing at all in this set. Omnic puts a stop to that run and keeps things competitive. He's looking much more comfortable now than in his previous set today. A dead heat at 4 apiece as we reset. Things are starting to look like a mirror of their last meeting. Omnic quickly deletes him from the ramp to secure a 3rd straight win. Lancer has been struggling quite a bit lately with that 6-game losing skid. Lancer takes control and manages to shut him down right off the ramp. A total reset to a deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Omnic barely edges ahead now, leading 6-5. The ranking gap between these two is really starting to show. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely proving he belongs here today. He's defying the odds by keeping his nose ahead as we switch sides. Lancer needs to find some rhythm. Lancer can't seem to find a foothold right now, and Omnic just shut him down again from the ramp. The gap in their current form is becoming impossible to ignore. Omnic has really managed to flip the script in this rivalry, having won over half of their all-time meetings, and honestly, the way he's taken control now shows he's completely shifted the dynamic from their previous battles. Lancer is going to need a serious response to avoid another loss to the same opponent. Lancer secures another point for himself, keeping the deficit at 4. That win is a relief after those last few matches for the lower ranked guy. Lancer just can't find a way to secure the ramp today. Omnic is simply too fast for him. Lancer is really struggling to find any answers today. Lancer is refusing to let this match slide away, keeping himself right in the fight. He really needs to make a stand here if he wants a chance. That was an absolute shutdown, putting the pressure squarely on Lancer. The skill gap is evident as the favorite pulls away. A nice piece of composure to tighten the series up a bit. Lancer comes through with a lightning-fast reflex to keep himself in the series. Absolute dominance, Omnic finishes it off and claims the victory. He's truly finding his stride this week, taking that head-to-head lead and extending it further. Zef claims the high ground and the first round, establishing an early lead for himself. Zed owns a massive advantage in the head-to-head history. It's really interesting because Lancer is usually the one the analysts favor. I wonder if the psychological weight of that rivalry is already starting to press on him. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's just completely sweeping the floor with Lancer. Lancer answers back with a quick exchange to get back on the board. Lancer is trailing 1-5 and desperately needs a spark. He's definitely playing with confidence after that last head-to-head win. Zed holds a commanding 5-2 lead here. Lancer is definitely fighting against that tough 10-game slump. Zed uses that high to his advantage, simply outplaying Lancer from the box. The rating gap between them isn't huge, but the gap in control is. Lancer has really struggled lately, putting up a poor 10% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's clear that those struggles are bleeding into this game. Now the pressure is completely on him to stop this slide before it gets out of hand. Zeth secures the kill from the box, maintaining total control as he heads into the break. Zeth is cruising with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he was supposed to be the underdog here. Lancer is simply not responding to the pressure, and his 10% recent win rate is really showing right now. Lancer needs a complete reset here. Zeth is just dominating, pushing the lead to 10-3. His head-to-head numbers are staring him right in the face. Zeth is just relentless, stretching the lead to 10-4. That was a lightning-fast exchange to get the board moving. Zeth takes another one from the box, putting a huge amount of pressure on Lancer here. Lancer is refusing to go down easily, keeping this series alive with another quick response. The underdog is fighting hard to close that gap. A completely clean victory puts Zeth on match point. Everything about this match is playing out exactly how the analysts predicted. Lancer manages to secure a quick point, keeping the dream alive. A very clean look at that engage. Lancer manages to knock him off the box, keeping himself in the game with another point. Lancer is starting to look like a real threat now. Lancer is simply not letting up. He just walked through that encounter to keep the streak alive. The momentum has completely shifted in this final stretch. He's on fire. That's 4 straight for the underdog, keeping the hope alive. He's completely erased the aura of that early lead. Unbelievable. Lancer finds a way to take the player off the box and extends his run to 5 straight. Zed is looking completely shaken right now. Just a total shutout as the streak hits 6, bringing the series right back to a knife edge. Unreal. He clawed his way through a brutal fight to force this into overtime. Absolute nails on that last encounter, barely holding on to a sliver of health. A huge response from Zeth to hold that run and regain a slim lead. A quick response to stay in the driver's seat. Zeth is putting on a clinic in these final moments of the game. The ladder gap is small, but the pressure seems immense right now. He manages to hold that box and extend the lead to 15-12. A swift decisive way to secure the lead. Lancer is refusing to break, shutting down that attempt and staying firmly in the mix. That was a lightning quick exchange to reset the pace. A completely untouchable play by Lancer to keep this battle going. He's really making a charge for the finish here. What a fight! He survives on a sliver of health to tie this whole thing up. The tension is through the roof right now. Zeth barely edges ahead, clinging to a thin lid. Zeth pushes forward, holding a tight 2-round advantage. The higher rated player is quickly regaining his footing. Zeth is pulling away now with an 18-15 cushion. He's starting to look like the A-tier threat we expected. Zeth just widened the gap to 18-16. It's a tough spot for the underdog to navigate. Lancer stays dangerous, trailing Zeth by only 1. That's a really sharp look from the trailing side. Zeth holds his ground, keeping a narrow 2-point edge. Lancer really put him through the ringer with that insane run in the second half, but he just couldn't find the final point. What a fight. Omnic has been absolutely on fire today with a 14-5 record. It's a stark contrast to the long-term history here where Zeth has actually had the upper hand. He'll want to use that confidence to claw back into this series early. He's just too fast right now, taking full control of the server. Zeth answers back here, showing some real grit to avoid falling further behind. Still the underdog for this one, but he's proving he can keep up. He's putting up a real fight now, taking a second straight round with a perfect shot. He definitely looks like he's shaking off those early nerves. Omnic was too quick for him this time, picking Zeth right off the wine. He's really putting on a show today after that dominant run against Lancer. He is refusing to crumble, trimming that lead right back down to a single round. That was a chaotic scramble, but he emerges from the fray to even the score. A very different story than their last head-to-head clash. Omnic notches ahead by 1, reclaiming that narrow lead. A massive swing from his typical performance in these matchups. Omnic has a surprising all-time win rate of only 37%. That really highlights how massive this current run of form is for him. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this level of play up for the final few rounds. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, this is playing out exactly as we expected, given the momentum he's carrying right now. Zeph is still well within striking distance as they swap sides. Let's see if Zeph finds a gear. A completely untouched round for Zeth, who continues to climb back into this match. He's looking far more composed now than he did in the opening. He holds the high ground on the wine to fully even things up at 7-7. A complete flip of the script from how this series started. He's simply not letting up, taking a third straight to claim a one-round advantage. A fast response from Omnic to bring this a dead heat at 8-8. The parity between these two is just incredible. He takes the lead again, showcasing real grit to keep this battle closely contested. It's essentially a toss-up at this point. He just refuses to let the game slip away, effortlessly securing another round. Zeph is simply unstoppable right now, picking up another flawless round to tighten his grip on the match. He is just completely overwhelmed now, putting himself a single round away from victory. The pre-match favorite is struggling to find a way back. What a performance! Zeph closes out the series with total authority to take the victory. That second half surge was just too much to handle. He's really proving that his dominance over this matchup is still very real. Lancer has a clear historical advantage on this specific map with a 46% win rate. That's an interesting contrast since he's entered the server on a brutal 8-game losing streak. We'll see if that map comfort is enough to keep the momentum going. Deadlock now with Omnic and Lancer perfectly tied. He's definitely carrying a lot of confidence into this set. Lancer just nudged ahead with a 2-1 lead. Lancer is definitely fighting to make up for his tough start today. Lancer is just lighting up this opening stretch. That last one ended in a complete flash. A strong start for someone rated outside the top 30. What a scramble! Both players were nearly out of health, but he barely survives with a sliver of a life left. Lancer is playing out of his skin, considering his recent struggles. Absolutely untouchable, he's just rolling through the competition right now. Bizarre to see a match start like this, given how their last meeting went. Omnic puts a stop to that run, keeping himself in the game. The overall history between these two is surprisingly tight. Omnic holds a slight edge in their total head-to-head history. It's a strange dynamic because he's currently struggling to maintain any rhythm here. He'll need to find a way to close the gap if he wants to avoid another frustrating defeat. Lancer is firmly in control with a 7-3 lead. It's an interesting turnaround for someone sitting at rank 33. Lancer is putting an absolute stranglehold on this match, barely letting Omnic get a word in. A completely different look from that recent 13-9 win Omnic claimed. Lancer takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. Well, it's just a total mirror of the pre-match predictions. He looks completely locked in and is comfortably skating toward a quick victory. Time for a complete reset. Lancer is just cruising now with a commanding 9-4 lead. A much needed spark for someone who's been struggling lately. Lancer's dominant 10-4 lead feels almost insurmountable now. Pure chaos for a guy who's had such a rough day otherwise. Lancer has the lead, but we're seeing some back and forth exchanges now that are keeping this very interesting. Omnic is fighting back, bringing it to 10-6. His recent form has been rough, but the rank disadvantage is a factor here. He is on a tear now, pulling off his 3rd straight victory. The higher seed is finally starting to flex his muscle here. Lancer answers back immediately, extending that lead to 11. That's an incredible turnaround after his recent struggles. These exchanges are happening so quickly now, both players are just reacting and firing immediately. A patient exchange that ended with a clean kill as the comeback effort continues. The pressure is finally starting to weigh on Lancer. A total shutdown, and he's now stacked 3 straight to put a serious dent in that deficit. Lancer finally puts an end to that slide and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. The favorite is starting to look very vulnerable right now. Omnic refuses to go down quietly, clawing back to within 1 of the leader. Unbelievable! Both players were gutted, but Omnic manages to scrap his way to a tie in this absolute war of attrition. What an absolute nail-biter of an ending to regulation. Lancer keeps his composure. This is a huge shift from where things stood just a few rounds ago. Just a brutal display of skill from the lower rated side. Omnic stays composed and keeps the pressure high to keep things locked at 13-13. A wild conclusion to regulation for the two of them. He's completely shifted the momentum now, taking total control of the server. He's finally justifying that top seed status after a desperate fight. He's simply too fast right now, putting himself on the verge of a massive victory. The gap between them on the ladder is really starting to show. A much needed response to keep the pressure on. What a legendary effort to close it out. Omnic completes the climb to secure the win. Lancer nearly pulled off a miracle, but the sheer persistence of his opponent was just too much today. He fought an incredible battle from way behind. Hard-fought win. Zeth holds a significant lead in their long-term head-to-head history, winning over 60% of their encounters. You know, it's interesting, because Lancer has been struggling immensely in his most recent matches. I wonder if we're seeing a bit of a turnaround for him today. He is just outclassing everyone right now, securing a perfect triple. Quite the contrast from the 17-19 score we saw just before this. Zeth responds quickly here, showing some grit to cut into that early lead. Lancer is still looking like the stronger pick overall. Lancer makes a quick play to punish Zeth for pushing up the ramp. He is really bouncing back from that dismal 10% recent form. That was an incredibly sharp reaction to secure another round for him. He's refusing to go away, taking another clean round to close the gap. The underdog is really putting on a show right now. Lancer is currently putting a lot of pressure on his opponent with that F5-3 lead. Well, the interesting thing here is that Zeth is usually the favorite in their history, but the momentum is completely shifted. It'll be a fight to see if Zeth can find a way back into this. Both players traded heavy damage, but Zeth manages to scrap through with the victory. That was a scrappy sequence to get back into this. Lancer maintains a firm 3-round advantage at 7-4. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's playing exactly how we expected for a favorite. He's just outperforming Zeth on the server right now. Time to see if Zeth adapts. What a chaotic fight, he barely scrapes through that engagement with a sliver of health left. Lancer keeps the pressure high at 9-5. Zeth is really making his higher rank felt on the server. Zeth is narrowing the gap to 6-9 now. A sudden shift in energy as the underdog refuses to go quietly. Simply unstoppable right now as Zeth keeps this surge alive. He's definitely proving he can handle the pressure of this match. He is simply refusing to slow down as the deficit shrinks to just 1. Unreal, he's completely erased that lead to bring us back to a dead-even deadlock. Absolutely incredible. Zeth takes the lead, and his momentum is just overwhelming right now. He's completely dismantling the server right now. Lancer manages to hold the slide, resetting the pace to leave us tied at 10-10. Neither player is giving an inch as we head toward the finish. Lancer is just a breath above the rest right now, quickly reclaiming the lead. Hard to believe the 1933 seed is playing this well. Lancer is absolutely surging now, putting himself just one step away from victory. We're seeing exactly why he went into this as the favorite. Zeth is showing some incredible heart, denying Lancer the victory with a lightning-fast read. Absolutely wild. He forces this into extra time with a completely untouched round. Absolute composure to force the tie and keep this series alive. What a statement! He's completely taken over this overtime period with another effortless kill. Simply a different level of confidence from him right now. He is simply locked in, fighting his way back from the brink with another huge round. That is an absolutely staggering turnaround to witness. A grueling fight that finally went his way, bringing the score to 14-13. What a display of strength to put himself in the driver's seat with a clean finish. Absolute precision from him to secure that lead. Boom, an absolute clinic to finish it off and seal the series. He just couldn't close it out when it mattered most in that overtime. It's a brutal way to end a series for Lancer, hard-fought win. Zeth holds a significant lead in their head-to-head history, winning over 52% of their previous meetings. And seeing that Zeth also came out on top in their most recent encounter. The mental advantage is clearly shifting his way. It will be interesting to see if Omnic can flip the script early. He's simply too fast right now, picking up another easy round to maintain a perfect start. A crisp reaction from Omnic to get back on the board. The favorite will have to tighten up if things keep swinging this way. Zeth is dominating as he extends his grip to 4-1. The number 25 seed is really playing his game here. Zeth just can't be stopped, pushing his lead to 5-1. This looks like a repeat of their clash on AIM Italy P. Another quick flick for Zeth, and he's firmly back in the driver's seat. The higher rated player is currently struggling to find any answers. Omnic reacts just in time to shut that down. He's definitely feeling confident after that 15-6 run today. Omnic is currently hitting a very strong stride with an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. And seeing him put together this mini run, the gap between these two players is practically non-existent. Zeth needs to react now or this momentum shift becomes permanent. Zeth responds immediately, closing this out before we head into the break. The higher seed looks a bit shaken heading into the transition. Zeth takes an 8-4 lead into the switch. He's currently validating that slight favoritism we saw going in. Zeth is definitely making his superior map experience count here. Time for a complete reset. Omnic trails by 3 as we start the second half. Zeth has looked steady today with an 11-9 record overall. Zeth is just relentless, climbing up to 9-5. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, chipping away at that lead one round at a time. Zeth had no trouble dealing with Omnic on the ramp, keeping the pressure high. He's making it look easy, despite being the lower rated man today. Zeth has everything under control right now, and he's just a few steps away from wrapping this up. His all-time win rate is reflecting a steady hand in this series. Omnic is certainly fighting hard here to keep this close, refusing to let the map just slip away. What a scramble! Both players were shredded in that exchange, but Omnic manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. Pure chaos in that encounter, but he finds a way to stay alive. Zeth takes control of a prolonged encounter and puts himself just one round away from victory. He is putting on a real clinic for his home crowd today. A sharp response from Omnic to stay in this, though Zeth is still just a single step from victory. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to close this out. Absolutely brutal finish to wrap it all up. Zeth secures the final blow to seal the victory. Omnic definitely put up a fight today, but he just couldn't find the consistency needed to pull off the upset. Omnic is coming into this with a strong 15-7 record over the last day. It's a massive contrast to Lancer, who has been struggling to close out any series lately. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can reverse that trend here. Lancer is reacting quickly, catching Omnic right there on the ramp for a clean trade of rounds. We're seeing the lower rated player fight right back into this one. Lancer's just completely taking over this early stretch, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic. Just a huge contrast to the 10-match skid he's been on. Lancer secures a huge advantage by picking him off from the ramp. His rank might be lower, but he's playing the favorite here. Absolutely oppressive display from Lancer, simply clearing him off the ramp to keep the momentum rolling. The gap in their ladder positions isn't showing at all. Unbelievable. A brutal scrap that almost went the other way, but he claws out the 5th straight victory. He's proving that their head-to-head history is very close. He's just untouchable right now, putting 6 straight on the board. That really flips the script on their head-to-head history. Finally a break for Omnic, who managed to secure this one for himself. He's definitely not used to this kind of success lately. Omnic is really chipping away at that lead now, putting a lot of pressure on Lancer's back. The ladder ranking is finally starting to reflect the true gap. He just can't find an answer, dropping another one for his 3rd straight victory. That's exactly the kind of momentum shift we expected from the favorite. He catches Lancer right off the ramp, keeping his momentum strong as we head toward the break. That's a textbook example of how to dismantle a lead. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, the map advantage for Lancer didn't quite manifest. Both players traded massive streaks, so this is wide open going into the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Good grief. He barely survives that exchange from the ramp, clinging to life by a thread. He's really skating by on the thin side of a razor today. He's refusing to go away, clawing back to even the score at 7-7. It's a total toss-up as they reset for the next one. A huge statement here as he secures the lead, refusing to let his opponent get back into the game. A huge shift in control as he pushes his lead further. He's putting on a clinic now, walking away from that fight without taking any damage. He's definitely finding his footing in these late game scenarios. Lancer answers back immediately, winning the trade from the ramp. He's managed to keep the series within reach. And just like that, they're deadlocked at 9 apiece. Total chaos here, given how tough Lancer's been having it lately. He's just refusing to break, stepping up again to seize the lead. The momentum is shifting as we hit the final stretch. He's holding his nerve perfectly under the pressure. What a scramble! He barely edges out that exchange, surviving the brawl by a tiny margin. Simply refusing to die in these exchanges. Lancer is just ruthless, putting the pressure back on and moving to within one of the victory. The underdog is putting on a complete display of nerve. That was a nail-biter of an exchange. A gutsy recovery by the favorite to stay in the game. He closes it out with a steady finish to take the map. He's finally broken that losing streak in the most stressful way possible. Omnic really had him on the ropes, but the resilience was just on another level today. What a battle! Zeth holds a huge lead in their head-to-head history, but coming into this match, he's had to deal with some inconsistent momentum. I wonder if Lancer can use this early lead to finally break a long pattern of losses. Lancer is really cooking. Moving ahead, 2-1. He's looking a bit sharper than his recent 6-17 record suggests. Zeth is starting to put the pressure on, taking control of the map from that high ground. Lancer holds a slim 3-2 edge as we move forward. The higher rated player is having a tough time keeping his lead. Lancer is really starting to build some heat, picking Zeth right off that box. The lower rated player is completely dominating this early phase. Lancer's now just one step ahead at 4-3. The top half of the ladder is starting to push back. Zeth fights back and we are all square at 4-4. He's certainly playing like the higher rated man in this series. Unbelievable. He barely survives that trade with a single health point left to secure another round. He's certainly looking strong after that recent victory over Omnic. Absolutely terrifying form as he outduels Lancer on the box for a 4th straight round. Lancer manages to shake things up and claw one back just before the switch. A huge effort to keep things close as we approach the mid-match break. Zeth heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, and honestly, he's doing exactly what his 62% head-to-head win rate suggests. He's outplaying Lancer right now and looks poised to secure the upset. Let's see if Lancer recovers. Zeth has been absolutely scorching with an 80% win rate over his last 10 games. It's clear that his current form is far outstripping anything Lancer has shown recently. This is becoming an uphill battle for the underdog. Zeth just completely shut the door on that attempt at a comeback, extending the lead to 10-5. He's completely in control now, securing his 4th straight victory with an effortless shot. He's simply outclassing the 33rd seed right now. Another lightning fast reaction, and Zeth is now just a single round away from victory. What a finish! Zeth closes the series out with a dominant string of rounds to take the victory. He just continued to tear through the server, proving that those early struggles were nothing more than a fluke. Zef has historically owned the head-to-head with a 52% win rate. It's certainly interesting to see Omnic take an early lead after losing their most recent meeting. It will be a huge mental boost for him if he can maintain this pace. Omnic is staring down a commanding 2-1 lead. Zef has been on fire lately with that 5-game winning streak. Zef is absolutely flying right now, clearing these rounds in a flash. He's taking full control now, winning his 3rd straight to claim the lead. He's certainly bringing that momentum from his recent 13-5 win. An absolutely crisp shot from the box as he puts the pressure on. A quick response from Omnic to keep things competitive. He's fighting against a massive career deficit in this matchup. Zeth has been on an absolute tear with a 5-win streak lately. That kind of form usually signals an incredibly high confidence level when pushing an advantage. We'll see if Omnic can find a way to break that rhythm. We are all tied up at 5 apiece. The lower ranked side is refusing to fade here. Unbelievable. He barely survives with a sliver of health after managing to clear Zeth off the box. We're all square at Xapice. This is playing out exactly as expected for a toss-up. Both guys traded long runs to keep this one completely deadlocked going into the second half. A clean slate for both sides. Omnic edges ahead by 1 in a fierce battle. He's proven his ranking today as a serious contender. Omnic is just too fast for him right now, catching Zeth completely out of position on the ramp. Omnic pulls further ahead, now gripping an 8-7 lead. That was a lightning fast transition to close out the round. Omnic keeps the momentum, pushing ahead to a 9-7 lead. Zeth is really starting to look shaken up here as the gap continues to widen. The number 22 seed has clearly lost his grip on this match. He manages to clear the box and secure another huge round. His recent 13-5 victory over Lancer really set a high bar for the day. Zeth finally finds a way to answer back here. He is certainly playing like his rating suggests. He refuses to go away, putting up another huge point to tighten the gap. He looks completely renewed after those 2 quick pops. Omnic shuts down that little run and puts himself 1 round away from victory. A tough spot for the higher ranked player to be in. What a finish! Omnic closes it out with a perfect shot to claim the victory. He really fought back hard, but the sheer speed on those final entries was just too much to handle. Hard fought win. Omnic is actually the favorite in this meeting, owning a slight lead over Lancer in the all-time head-to-head. It is interesting to see him start on the back foot, since he typically has the edge in their history. We'll see if he can flip the script early. Lancer is really putting on the pressure here, quickly shutting down Omnic's attempt to hold the window. Lancer is comfortably ahead with a commanding 3-1 lead. Lancer is simply too sharp right now, extending that streak to 3. A huge turn of events for the lower rated man right now. What a statement! Omnic just completely shuts him down to keep this fight alive. A needed response to prove the pre-match hype is real. Lancer quickly reclaimed the advantage, picking Omnic off from the ramp to stretch his lead. Lancer is just capitalizing on everything right now, quickly picking Omnic off the ramp to build a huge cushion. Lancer has been struggling in the short term, posting a poor 6-18 record today. It's really striking to see him manage to maintain such a high level of play in this specific series, despite that rough slump. He's definitely playing with an edge right now. Lancer is really cruising with a solid 7-4 lead. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. I mean, he is playing exactly as the experts expected. We'll see if Omnic can close that gap after the swap. Time for Omnic to wake up. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his tally up to 9. It's definitely a tight battle on the ladder for these two. Omnic manages to hold that window spot to get around back, keeping Lancer's streak in check. He's finally starting to look like the higher rated player in this match. Lancer still holds a healthy 3-round advantage. He's certainly putting that higher rank to use now. He's completely taken over here, picking up another quick one to keep the pressure high. He's absolutely on fire now, claiming his 4th straight victory to keep this comeback rolling. He's just not letting a single round slip away right now. Incredible, he's completely erased that deficit to tie this match at 9-9. Lancer is completely reeling from this shift in momentum. Lancer bounces right back to reclaim the lead. He's putting up a great fight despite sitting further down the ladder. Lancer is really finding his footing, easily cleaning Omnic out of that window spot. He's really making a point of this match after that loss to Zed. Both players were fighting for their lives there, but Omnic survives the exchange to keep the rally going. Talk about a nail-biter, he barely walked away from that exchange. What a response, he's completely locked in now, leveling the score at 11-11. Absolute chaos as they head into the final stretch. Absolute momentum shift. He's now just a single round away from a massive victory. Lancer survives that awkward encounter untouched, forcing a tie and pushing this entire series into overtime. He has to keep his composure now after that brutal scramble. He's simply refusing to go away, snatching a lightning fast win to take the lead in this overtime clash. That was a lightning-fast piece of aim to reclaim the lead. Unbelievable. He barely clings to life after that absolute slugfest to extend his lead. He is just refusing to let the match slip away. He shuts down the ramp with an incredible response, moving one step closer to victory. He's showing why he entered as the heavy favorite today. He does it! Omnic storms back from the deficit to close it out and take the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, but he eventually figured out the puzzle. What a fight! Zef owns the head-to-head history with a clear 62% win rate over Lancer. It's a trend that has really stayed consistent across their long rivalry. He seems to have a psychological edge in these meetings today. Lancer is trailing, but he's still fighting to stay alive. Zeth is certainly playing like the higher rated competitor right now. Lancer needs to find a way to disrupt this space, or things could get ugly quickly. Lancer has definitely had a tough time throughout the day. Zeth is completely in control, picking up another effortless win to extend his lead. He is simply refusing to let up, putting 4 more in the win column. Lancer manages to secure this one after a frantic exchange. A tight battle considering the gap in their ladder rankings. Emotion mid-Zeth has clearly found a way to outclass his opponent, especially after his dominant 13-5 win in their last encounter. That victory seems to have carried over into today. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer to this pressure. Lancer is putting up a real fight here, stacking 2 wins to close the gap. He's showing exactly why this match was priced so closely. Zeth holds a healthy 3-round cushion as we hit 11. Lancer really needs to turn things around after a tough 6-19 day. Zeth takes the first half 8-4. I mean, he's putting on a real performance as the underdog. He just needs a few more rounds to secure a huge upset here. Time for a complete reset. Zeth is just cruising along with a 9-4 lead. He's simply too strong right now for a player ranked 34th. Zeth hits double digits, leaving Lancer deep in the hole. His recent 70% success rate is really starting to surface here. Lancer managed to put a halt to that momentum, but he's still fighting a steep uphill battle here. Zeth is putting on a serious display here, moving within reach of a victory. That was a lightning-fast response to regain control. A complete shutdown by Zeth to put him just 1 round away from victory. The pressure is truly weighing on Lancer's shoulders now. A desperate fight, but he manages to claw back 1 more to keep the hopes alive. He's at least showing some resilience in these closing moments. Lancer holds the high ground from the wine to keep this series going. The momentum is shifting despite the pre-match projections. What a finish. He barely walks away from that scramble to close out the series. He really held his ground on a map that usually doesn't favor him. Zeth continues his dominance over the matchup. Omnic gets the early advantage here, using the ramp to set the pace for the map. Zeth holds a fairly commanding head-to-head lead with over 400 round wins in their history. It's a strong statistical advantage that often plays into his confidence when these two face off. We'll see if he can maintain that psychological edge tonight. Zeth really capitalized on that height advantage there to keep things dead even. Both of them are fighting hard to keep things level. Zeth just nudges ahead, taking a 3-2 lead. He seems to be comfortably settling into his role today. He's just completely taken control of this series now. It's a tough spot for him after that defeat to Lancer earlier today. Omnic answers back quickly to bring this close. He's coming off a solid 17-8 stretch today. Zeth's utilizing that ramp perfectly today, continuing to put the pressure on. Zeth is clinging to a slim 1-round lead now. He's proving it can be a tight race tonight. Omnic has really shifted the energy of this set, picking up a quick pair of rounds to tie things up. Zeth still holds the upper hand at 6-5. He's consistently showing why he's just slightly higher on the ladder. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. Well, this really plays out exactly how we expected, with neither player giving an inch. Zeth has a better track record on redline, but Omnic is matching him shot for shot. Switching sides, time to see who blinks. Zeth manages to claw back into a 7-6 lead. Zeth's 15-10 record today keeps him on a steady pace. Zeth is really putting the pressure on here, putting up some back-to-back wins to build a healthy cushion. The number 23 spot is looking very sharp right now. Zeth stays out in front with an 8-7 edge. That was a lightning-fast reaction to secure the round. The momentum has completely shifted, and Omnic is now the one dictating the pace. Tough to see that lead slip away for the higher seed. He continues to tear through the competition, securing another win from the ramp. The momentum seems to carry over from their previous clash. Omnic is just relentless, shutting him down on the ramp to reach a 4-round streak. Zeth has a lot of ground to make up now. Zeth finally puts a stop to that run, picking his spot on the ramp for the kill. A critical moment for the lower rated side to step up. Zeth really likes that Tetris spot, using the elevation to shut down Omnic once again. He's managed to flip the script since that earlier loss on Blame map. Zeth completely shuts the door on that rally, securing another win from the ramp. He is comfortably asserting his dominance in this series. What an unbelievable surge! Zeth is just 1 round away from wrapping this up. Absolute perfection! Zeth closes it out with a clean shot to secure the series. Omnic really pushed him to the limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear to close it out. What a fight! Omnic has been seeing a lot of success lately with a 17-9 record over the last day. It's really showing in the confidence he's playing with right now. Lancer hasn't been able to find that same flow today, so the early pressure is firmly on him to shake things up. Lancer is trailing by 1, really fighting for a comeback. He's really putting a stranglehold on this set. Unreal, he barely claws through that exchange, ending the round with practically nothing left in the tank. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder today. Omnic is dominating, moving to a commanding 3-2 lead. Coming off a tough match against Zed, but he looks sharp here. Absolute chaos in this encounter, and Omnic somehow walks away with a sliver of health. That's a tough spot for someone who has struggled in recent games. What a slugfest! He barely survives that exchange to narrow the gap. Lancer is really stepping up to challenge that rating gap. Lancer forces a deadlock. We're all tied up at 4. He's definitely shaking off that tough 620 run from earlier today. Omnic grabs the momentum, pushing his lead to 5. That's a head-to-head record that really favors the current leader. Omnic is currently leading this series 6-4, and it looks like he's successfully leaning into that higher ranking. That gap in skill seems to be the deciding factor right now. Lancer needs to find a way to disrupt this rhythm if he wants to stay in the match. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the expected favorite is struggling to keep pace here. Lancer is hanging on by a thread after a few narrow escapes, but he's clearly under the pressure. Lancer needs a strong restart here. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Lancer showed some real grit to outlast him in that clash. That's a really clean response to get back in the mix. Omnic's pulling ahead again, now sitting at a 2-round cushion. He's currently holding the edge in their overall lifetime history. Good heavens, he barely makes it out alive in a brutal exchange that almost went the other way. Omnic secures a comfortable 9-7 cushion as we move forward. He's really trying to snap a rough run of form lately. Omnic is really pulling away now at 10-7. A very clean finish to cap off a strong sequence. The momentum shift is complete as he just keeps stacking up the victories. That rank 34 spot is feeling a lot more precarious now. A sharp reaction there to clear the way and keep the game interesting. It's a tough spot for him, considering his struggle in his last 10. Lancer is showing some serious tenacity here, outplaying the favorite to keep this contest alive. He's proving that the pre-match odds were way off today. A complete shutdown of the opponent, putting him just one step away from victory. He's not backing down, refusing to let the match slip away with another perfect round. What a finish! Omnic takes the final duel without taking any damage to close it out. Lancer put up a valiant effort on a map he usually owns, but he just couldn't find that final gear. He fought until the very end. What a fight! Zeth holds a commanding lead in their head-to-head history, winning about 62% of their total encounters. It's a surprising start for him considering he's the one carrying that historical advantage. We'll see if Lancer can keep the pressure on early. Lancer just picks him right off the Tetris, a dominant start for the challenger.
He's not having much luck today, coming off a 6-21 run.
Zeth answers back quickly, showing some grit to put a dent in that early lead. Still looking like the stronger player overall, despite the slow start.
Lancer is cruising right now with a heavy 4-1 lead.
It's a complete flip from how his matches went earlier today. Lancer makes quick work of him, clearing that high ground for another easy round.
Zeth certainly looked much stronger in their previous encounter on Italy.
Incredible, Zeth claws back this one from the Tetris, barely surviving a chaotic exchange. Lancer's been struggling lately and it's starting to show. He refuses to go away, securing another clean round to narrow the gap. He's finally starting to play like the favorite here. What a scramble. Lancer barely walks away with this one after a frantic brawl, finally knocking him off the box.
He's really putting that rank difference aside right now.
Zeth has actually put up an 80% win rate in his last 10 games. It's worrying that he's giving up this much ground despite being in a peak performance window. He's really fighting an uphill battle now. A gritty exchange, but Lancer digs in to extend his run and put a heavy dent in the match.
Lancer is definitely making up for those recent struggles.
Lancer holds a huge 9-3 lead heading into the break. Well, he's really defying the rank gap right now. He's just completely outplaying the higher rated player in this opening half. Time for a quick reset.
Lancer sits comfortably at 9, keeping the momentum.
A quick decisive stop to prevent that lead from ballooning. Lancer puts the pressure back on him, snatching that round instantly despite Zeth having the high ground. Lancer is just absolutely tearing through these rounds, ending the fight almost as soon as it begins. Lancer has it all locked down, but Zeth is refusing to let this go without a fight.
Lancer has been fighting a steep downhill battle in his recent outings.
Absolutely wild. He somehow manages to cling on with just a single point of health to put himself one round away from victory. That was a total nail-biter of an exchange. A clean response from Zeth to slow things down just as the pressure was peaking.
He's having to fight for a much tougher series than expected.
What a scramble! Both players were practically depleted, but he somehow edges out a miracle victory here. He's finally getting his confidence back at the right time. He's just completely in control now, picking up another easy win to keep this charge alive.
Exactly the kind of response you expect from a top-tier C.
He's on fire right now, extending that run to 4 and desperately fighting to keep this map alive. He's completely flipped the script on this game. He is absolutely refusing to go down, picking up a 5th consecutive round to keep the dream alive.
Zeth is finally showing the class we expect from the top seed.
Game over. Lancer closes it out with a final burst to seal the victory. He really stepped up when it mattered and snapped that brutal losing streak he's been on today. Zeth threw everything at him, but he just held his nerve. What a fight. Welcome everyone! We've got a great matchup on Fast Aim today as Omnic takes on Zeth. Omnic has been on fire today with an 18-9 record in his last several games. He's clearly trying to overturn a history where Zeth has consistently had the upper hand. We'll see if that current form can outweigh the raw numbers. He picks him off the ramp and maintains his early control of the match. A huge shift from their last encounter on Redline. Simply unbelievable. He's just completely taking over this early stage of the game. He manages to pull through the firefight and drops Zeth off the bricks for another one. A stark contrast to the result of their last game together. Absolute perfection from the server leader, who now holds a massive 6-round lead. It's a complete reversal from the result we saw on Redline. Zeth secures a clean get from the ramp to get back on the board. A nice reminder that he's historically held the edge in this rivalry. Zeth is really starting to push back, and he's looking very dangerous right now. Omnic has historically struggled against Zeth, with Zeth holding a 52% lifetime win rate in these matchups, but looking at the current scoreline, he's finally managing to flip the script. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before the tide turns. Omnic is just dominating, holding an 8-3 lead. The ranking gap between them is virtually non-existent. Omnic takes a healthy 8-4 lead into the break. Well, this is a surprising result given their history together. He's looking stronger than usual right now, and puts a lot of pressure on Zeth to respond. Zeth needs to wake up now. Omnic is just way too quick today, catching Zeth right as he tried to peek from the ramp. Zeth hasn't quite found his stride after a tough outing against Lancer. Zeth is keeping this series competitive by trading blows and picking Omnic right off that ramp. That's a nice answer for the number 23 on the ladder. Omnic doubles his advantage, sitting comfortably at 10-5. Zeth holds his ground from the ramp and manages to trade back here. He's really fighting to keep his overall lead in the series. Omnic keeps the momentum, now leading 10-7. He's really starting to carve out a path back into this. And he just won't let up. Zeth is putting on a show now with 3 straight victories. He's looking way sharper than in that loss to Kale. Omnic reacts just a split second faster to put a halt to that run. A really tough look for him after that loss to Lancer earlier today. Omnic puts him down instantly from the toolbox and moves within striking distance of the win. Zeth puts on a clinic from the window to keep his hopes alive. He needed that big play to stay in the running. Zeth secures another fast kill from the ramp, showing some serious grit to keep this match alive. He is refusing to let this game slip away. What a way to finish! Omnic pulls the trigger on the window play and secures the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but it's a massive result for his confidence. He's finally closing the gap in this rivalry. He had to work for that. Lancer has a significant historical advantage on this map, with a 42% win rate. It's surprising because Omnic has looked much stronger in the overall standings today. We'll see if Lancer can lean on that map experience to keep this lead. Lancer's putting a lot of pressure on Omnic early, claiming that second round from the ramp. Hard to believe the higher rated player is struggling this early. Completely untouchable right now, and that's 3 straight for the leader. The lower seed is really taking control here. He's showing some real grit, finally answering back to slow the pace of this match. He's definitely looking to get back to that dominant form we expected. That's 2 straight now, and he's looking incredibly sharp as he closes the gap. The gap between them in the ladder is starting to feel very small. Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. Lancer had the upper hand in their last few meetings. That was a grueling exchange, but he manages to outlast his opponent in a total slugfest. Lancer had consistently found a way to win these high-tension battles before. Omnic enters this match with a very strong 91% win rate in his last few games. And honestly, that's why the scoreline feels so wrong right now. He's clearly fighting an uphill battle today despite the momentum he's brought into the lobby. A total reset here. He's clawed his way back to a dead even score line. This is the level of play we expected from him today. He's just an absolute wall right now, taking the lead into the final round of the half. Looking like a complete shift in power right before the break. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. Well, Omnic is proving he can hang with the favorite today. Both players traded strong streaks, so this really comes down to who wants it more in the second half. Ready for a clean slate. Lancer edges ahead by a single round now. Lancer is definitely making the most of his experience in this match. Lancer holds a slim 2-round advantage as we push forward. Lancer is really capitalizing on the lower rating gap right now. Both players took heavy damage in that exchange, but he manages to edge it out. That was a much faster exchange to bring the score back to a near tie. Absolute perfection from him there, completely unscathed and locking things up at 8-8. He's finally matching the aggressive pace we expected from him. He's just not letting up, securing his 3rd straight point in a really commanding fashion. Exactly what we wanted to see from the heavy favorite today. Lancer puts a stop to that run from the ramp to even things up. It's a real battle of nerves between these two right now. Lancer is clinging to a tight 10-9 lead here. He's certainly fighting back after a rough 7-21 run today. What a recovery. Omnic refuses to stay down, clawing back to bring this whole thing level. Neither player is willing to give an inch in this series. Lancer has a real sense of urgency now, quickly shaking off that previous loss to secure another win. A tough spot for him to be in after those strong 13-10 wins earlier. What a frantic duel! He just refuses to crack, forcing this series into a complete deadlock at 11-11. Lancer is really pushing the top-seeded player to the limit today. Lancer steps up with a clean finish to put himself on match point. He's doing everything possible to keep his cool in this closer. Unbelievable. Lancer survives a brutal war of attrition to close out the series. He really came through when it mattered most to take down the higher seed. Just a complete nail-biter of a set. What a fight. Zeth holds a substantial historical advantage with over 190 total wins against Lancer. He's looking for some quick redemption here after losing their very last meeting. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term dominance can override Lancer's current confidence. Simply untouchable. Right now, Lancer claims another quick victory to take a commanding early lead. Finally on the board for Zeth, showing a lot of grit with that crisp shot. The favorite is finally starting to put up a fight. Lancer's cruising with a huge 4-1 cushion. The higher rated man is really struggling to put it together here. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. Lancer's making the most of his momentum today. He's just in total control right now, extending that gap to 6-1. Lancer is really making a statement today against the higher ranked man. He's just firing on all cylinders, making it 4 in a row. Zeth is certainly feeling the pressure of those last 2 losses. Wow. He absolutely claws his way back into this one after barely surviving the exchange. Lancer has had a tough day with an 8-21 record over the last 24 hours. It looks like those struggles are finally catching up to him just as Zeth begins to shift the energy. We're seeing if this little spark is enough to really turn the tide. Lancer takes the lead 7-5 going into the break. I mean, everything is playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. Zeth is definitely fighting back, but Lancer still holds a narrow edge for now. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Lancer still holds a 3-round buffer at 8-5. The 33 ranked player is proving way too stubborn to shake. What a fight. He manages to scrape through that exchange to keep the pressure on. He's showing some real nerves of steel in these tight fights. He's refusing to go away, cutting the gap to just 1 round. The veteran looks much more comfortable now. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Lancer barely walks away alive from that bloodbath. That was an incredibly tight play by the underdog. Pure precision from Zeth, claiming another fast win as he keeps hammering away at that deficit. Unbelievable. He has completely erased that deficit, bringing us dead even at 9-9. A total reset of the board, bringing us right back to square one. He's simply on a tear now, securing his 3rd straight round to take a slim lead. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the higher seed. Lancer shuts that down immediately to bring the score back to a deadlock. The underdog is refusing to cave under the pressure. Lancer is really picking up a head of steam right now, forcing Zeth onto the defensive. It's a tough stretch for Zeth, who has lost his last 2 series. He's completely unfazed, strolling right back into a deadlock. We've got a complete toss-up heading into these final frames. He's just an inch away from a miracle win after that incredible recovery. Unreal! He survives the brawl to close out the series with an incredible comeback victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but it feels good to finally snap that losing skid. He earned every bit of this. What a battle! Zef puts the pressure on early by taking control of those Tetris blocks. Unbelievable! Omnic barely scrapes through that one after picking Zef off the ramp. Zef's edge in the historical head-to-head isn't showing yet. Omnic has been surprisingly strong today, putting up 19 wins in the last 24 hours. It's a nice contrast to his career win rate, and it shows he's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Let's see if Zed can force him to slow down. He's completely shut him down now, picking up another effortless round to extend the lead. The matchup feels completely flipped from what we'd expect. Zed answers back quickly to keep this game within reach. The numbers suggest the underdog is finally starting to wake up. Omnic is looking sharp, effortlessly cleaning Zef right off those boxes. The numbers are leaning in his direction regardless of a higher seed. Omnic is really finding his footing here, taking that round from the ramp to push his lead. He's managing to flip the script on Zef for the second time today. What an absolute brawl! He manages to clutch out a narrow victory to keep the momentum going. He absolutely dismantles Zef from the ramp to keep this roll going. Zef quickly takes back control from the boxes. He certainly got the historic advantage in this pairing. Zef is starting to build some real momentum here, using those boxes to secure another quick round. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. It's an interesting start because Zeth usually owns this specific map. He needs to find a way to stop Omnic's early momentum if he wants to flip this. Time to see who blinks first. Zef has historically won over half of their encounters, but he's definitely feeling the pressure now. Look, with Omnic holding such a steady lead, the pressure is entirely on Zef to prove those overall stats still. He puts on a show from the ramp, firmly taking the wheel and extending his lead to 10. He's completely disregarded that previous loss to Lancer. Unreal, he survives a brutal exchange from the boxes by a mere sliver of health. He's sitting just one spot higher on the ladder. Zef is really chewing through these rounds now, making a fast play from the ramp to chip away at that lead. A very consistent run of form lately from Zef. What a fight. Omnic nearly went down in that slugfest, but he holds on to take an 11-7 lead. He's just making a habit of surviving these high-pressure exchanges. Zef is really picking up the pace, closing this round out in under 2 seconds. Zef is showing incredible grit, refusing to let his opponent pull away. The pressure is starting to mount for the higher seed. Omnic fights through a tough exchange from the ramp to put himself 1 point away from victory. That was exactly the kind of composure we'd expect from someone in the top 10. What a finish. Omnic secures a perfect final round to close out the series. He's just outplayed Zeth throughout the entire set, proving once again that those historic win rates aren't everything tonight. Omnic enters this as the clear favorite today, yet Lancer is the one who has taken 4 of their last 5 meetings. That history is a real factor since Lancer seems to have Omnic's number recently. We have to see if the higher rated player can flip the script here. Lancer is just too quick today, finding a great spot on the wine to keep the lead. A tough start for the top half players so far. We're all square at 2 apiece, a total deadlock. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of that A22 days so far. Omnic pulls ahead and now holds a 3-2 lead. He's just completely taken over now with 3 straight wins. Lancer is having a really tough run over the last 24 hours. He's on fire. A nearly instantaneous reaction puts him in total control here. Absolute air superiority from the top seed, who is just simply too fast today. Lancer manages to claw back around, ending that long run by the top seed. He usually handles the pressure well against his opponent. Omnic has a 20-10 record today, which is starting to look like a dominant performance. Well, Lancer just can't find an answer for him in these exchanges. It will be a huge struggle for him to close this gap now. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, this is a shocker given Lancer usually owns this matchup. The underdog is putting on a clinic and looks completely in control here. Let's see if Lancer can pivot. Lancer claws back 1, bringing it to 9-4. The underdog usually looks a lot more competitive in their head-to-heads. Omnic extends that lead to 10-4 after another huge play. He's really capitalizing on their rank advantage right now. Lancer is keeping things interesting, making sure this doesn't become a total landslide. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, making it very difficult for Lancer to find any breathing room. He just cannot let a single point slip, leaving the door open to finish it right here. Unbelievable finish! He secures the final round in style to close out the series. That was just a different level of speed on display, a total reversal of how things have usually gone for these two. Lancer puts the pressure on early, picking Zeth right out of the window. Lancer can't seem to find an answer for that window position right now. A very tight contest so far for these two. Zeth has a massive historical edge with a 62% head-to-head win rate over Lancer. It's interesting to see him fighting for control early on, despite that overall dominance. He really needs to reclaim the pace of this game. Zeth is really putting on a clinic here, catching Lancer as he tried to play the ramp. He completely takes over from the ramp, pushing his lead further to 4-2. Just a complete shutdown, and the momentum has completely shifted in Zeth's favor. He's looking much sharper than he did in that loss to Omnic. An absolute scrap of a fight, but he survives and pushes the gap to 6-2. Zeth is really capitalizing on a tough day for his opponent. Lancer barely scrapes through the trade, managing to outlast his opponent from the ramp in a brutal slugfest. Lancer is showing some real resilience after those tough losses to Omnic. That was a lightning fast exchange, and now he has a second straight victory under his belt. He just won't let up, tracking Zeth down from the ramp to keep this heat going. The underdog is suddenly looking like the one in control. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, Lancer had the odds on his side going in, but Zeth is refusing to give an inch. It'll be interesting to see who can break through first after those opposing streaks. Time to see who blinks first. A total shutdown there, and the lead finally swings back to him. Exactly what we've seen from him in his most recent sets. Zeth uses that elevation on the toolbox to effectively answer back and bring us right back to a tie. He puts a perfect shot through Zeth on the ramp to keep this comeback alive. The favorites are definitely feeling the pressure now. Lancer is just too sharp from the ramp, keeping his composure to extend the lead to 9-7. He is simply untouchable right now, strolling toward the finish line with an incredibly clean triple round run. Lancer continues his tear, sweeping Zeth right off the wall to take a commanding 11-7 lead. Things are looking very different for the pre-match favorite right now. Another effortless point for Lancer, putting him just one step away from victory. A completely unexpected turn of events from the start. Zeth keeps the dream alive with a gutsy response, refusing to let the match end right here. That's a much needed spark for the higher seeded player. He's not going quietly, extending his run to 2 straight in this clutch stretch. It's starting to look like the seed is finally paying off. Lancer closes it out with a perfect round to secure the victory. A huge result for him to walk away with, especially with how Zeth had been dominating their history lately. Omnic has been on fire today with a strong 21-10 record over the last 24 hours and is carrying that confidence right into this server. I mean, it's a huge swing from their head-to-head history where Zeth usually holds the advantage. We'll see if this early lead turns into a trend. Zeth is fighting uphill now, trailing Omnic 2-1. Zeth usually finds a way to pull through in these pairings. Zeth has completely flipped the script here, erasing that early deficit to level things up. Hard to forget Zeth's edge in these matchups. Omnic just snatched the lead, pushing it to 3-2. He's certainly playing like the favorite right now.
Omnic is just running away with this, leading 4-2.
He's looking much more composed than in their previous encounter today. Zeth really capitalized on that vertical advantage, taking the round instantly from the box. A dead heat now, as Zeth claws back to 4-4. Zeth looks much more comfortable here compared to his recent match against Lancer. Omnic just refuses to let him breathe, dragging Zeth right back down from that elevation. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Omnic barely scrapes through with a tiny bit of health remaining. He's just completely taken over the map, extending that streak to 3. Zeth has been leaning on that head-to-head advantage throughout the day. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's keeping the pressure on despite Zeth typically owning the head-to-head. It's been a very close battle so far, but that late streak of 3 gave him the momentum. Zeth needs a strong start here. Zeth finds his target perfectly from the box, proving he's not going down without a fight. The gap is narrowing quickly now. Zeth secures another effortless kill from the box and suddenly we are tied up at 7 apiece. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange, clinging to just 2 hit points to take the lead. That was an instant reset, bringing the score right back to an even split. What a gritty performance. Zeth takes it from the box in a nail-biter that nearly went both ways. Another hard stopper that leaves him with a sliver of health. Omnic is just too quick, shut down that vertical play and is back in the driver's seat. A spotless sequence from Zeth to keep this rally moving. He's really proving that he can outduel the favorite today. Zeth is refusing to buckle under pressure, picking up another round to keep this charge alive. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the underdog. It's nearly a stalemate now, and you can tell neither of them is giving an inch in this series. These two are practically mirroring each other today. We're looking at a total deadlock heading into the final stretch. A staggering display of speed to take control. He's now just one step from victory. Game over. Omnic closes it out with sheer speed to seal the series. He really pushed him to the limit, but that half-second reaction time at the end was just too much. What a fight. Omnic has been absolutely on fire today with a 22-10 record over the last day. And that confidence is clearly carrying over from the way he's handled this specific opponent in their most recent clash. The question is, if Lancer can actually break that momentum early. Lancer is lagging behind with Omnic firmly in control, showing why he currently sits higher on the ladder. Lancer really needs to tighten up here, as he's just letting Omnic walk all over him early on. Omnic holds the lead, but Lancer's closing in. Lancer is definitely fighting for his life after a rough day with those 9 wins. A deadlock now as Lancer ties things up at 3-all. It's a real toss-up now, despite the rating difference. Lancer scrapes through by the skin of his teeth to secure another win. That was an absolute nail-biter for a finish. Both players landed several shots, but he managed to secure a 4th straight victory. He's definitely proving to be a dangerous underdog today. Omnic manages to claw back the round, keeping things tight at 4-5. It's a tight race despite the gap in the rankings. Lancer seems to be defying the odds here, since the betting outlook had him as the clear underdog for this one. It's a sharp turn from the expectations given Omnic's higher rating. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. Lancer barely edges ahead, holding a thin 1-round lead. His target is an experienced one with thousands of games under his belt. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. That 4-round run gave him plenty of breathing room, so now we see if he can close this out. Time to swap sides. Lancer still holds a slim edge at 7-6. That was an incredibly fast exchange to get things moving again. Omnic just forced a total stalemate at 7 apiece. Lancer's overall experience is huge with over 8,000 career games. He's completely shut the door on his opponent, taking full control of this series. It is a tough day at the office for Lancer. Both players traded heavy hits, but the momentum shift is now fully with him. He is making the most of this favorable matchup.
He's simply irresistible right now, extending that run to 5 straight.
The gap in their ranking is starting to feel very real. Lancer finds his composure again, managing to put a halt to that crushing streak. A quick snap of the wrist to get a vital round back. Lancer is really struggling to find an answer for this aggression as the lead stretches to 3. That was a clean shutdown as the underdog keeps pushing back into the series. A strong response to keep the deficit manageable. A lightning fast reaction from Omnic to put himself just one more victory away from the win. Unbelievable reaction. Omnic shuts the door on the series with an absolute shutout. He really managed to close the door on his opponent with those sub-second reactions. That's a huge result for his recent run. What a chaotic exchange. Lancer barely manages to scrape by with his life there. Zeth leads the all-time head-to-head with a huge 192-120 advantage over his opponent, but he's already looking quite shaken after that previous match against Lancer. It will be a tough mental climb if he can't find some stability here. Zeth answers back quickly, refusing to let the deficit grow. He needs to lean into that favorite status and start stacking wins. Lancer is looking completely lost in these exchanges. Lancer keeps his foot on the gas, shutting Zeth down from the ramp to widen that lead. The lower ranked player is simply not blinking today. He claws back another round in a messy firefight, narrowing the gap to just one. A real slugfest as we head into the 8th. Zeth keeps the momentum rolling to bring this series completely level. A clean restart for both of them as we enter a dead heat. Another flawless entry for Zeth, who completely takes control of the match now. He is really starting to assert himself as the frontrunner. Absolutely relentless, this marks 4 straight rounds for the man on fire. He's proven exactly why he entered this series as the heavy favorite. Lancer puts a stop to that run from the ramp, keeping the score tight heading into the final round of the half. That puts a huge amount of pressure on the lead going into the break. We've got a deadlock at 6-6. I mean, Lancer was supposed to take the lead here, but Zeth is holding his ground perfectly. It's anyone's game heading into the second half. Fresh start for both guys now. Zeth secures a strong hold from the Tetris, showing some real grit to reclaim the lead. That was a clean way to shut down the momentum shift. Lancer manages to trade blows effectively, showing he's more than capable of keeping pace in this series. This feels like a repeat of their last encounter on Fast Aim. Lancer edges ahead by 1 as we enter round 15. Zeth is really struggling to find some consistency today. He's completely taken over the map, putting together a 3-round streak to pull further ahead. The lower rated player is completely owning this part of the map. He's staying composed under pressure, digging himself out of that hole 1 round at a time. He's really grinding through the tougher stretches of this set. Zeth secures the edge from the ramp, leveling the score at 9-9. He's definitely not letting that initial lead slip away. Unreal, he barely clings to life in a frantic scramble to put himself up by 1. That's an incredibly tight survival to keep the ball rolling. Lancer responds instantly to bring the score back to a dead even 10-10. Lancer is playing very aggressively now, taking over this duel with 2 fast wins in a row. A real struggle for the higher seeded player today. Lancer is simply on another level right now, staring down a match point victory. Hard to believe the odds shifted this much during the series. Zeth refuses to go down easy, landing that shot from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. He's refusing to let the pressure get to him in this final stretch. Zeth outduels him from the ramp to force a deadlock, pushing this clash into overtime. A sudden shift in momentum as we enter the extra frames. Lancer manages to seize the upper hand just as the tension hits its peak. The higher ranked man is really fighting for his life here. Zeph is completely locked in, equalizing the series with a lightning fast shot. Pure adrenaline now as they enter the final phase. Lancer just can't seem to let the pressure get to him in these back and forth exchanges. His current form is surprisingly better than the rating suggests. Lancer holds his nerve through a prolonged exchange to move just one step closer to victory. He's really tightened up his game in these clutch moments. Lancer closes the door with a clean shot from the ramp to seal the victory. He's finally broken that dominance over his rival, securing another huge result in this marathon of a set. This guy is truly an absolute nightmare to play against right now. What a match! Zeth historically holds the edge in this rivalry with a 52% win rate. It's interesting because Omnic actually took their most recent meeting. Now we have to see if Zeth can use that long-term confidence to secure a full series victory today. Zeth is cruising right now, leading 2-1. He's shaking off a pretty rough stretch from his recent matches. We've got a dead heat now. Neither player can seem to pull away from the other early on. Zeth takes a commanding 3-2 lead here. A lightning-fast reaction to end that one. Omnic has clawed back, bringing us to a free stalemate. Zeth looks incredibly sharp right now, making a few quick adjustments to stay ahead. And we're back to an even 4-4 split. He's coming in with a lot of momentum after an 80% run recently.
Zeth edges ahead, moving into a 5-4 lead. Zeth really needs to capitalize on his map advantage here.
It's basically a coin flip at this point. Both of these guys are refusing to let the other get any ground.
Omnic just snatched the lead, putting him up 6-5. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure of that recent 4-match skid.
Omnic holds a narrow 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, his current hot streak is proving to be the difference maker here. He's looking strong as he carries that momentum into the second half. Switch sides, let's get back into it. Omnic is really putting on a clinic here, winning his last 4 rounds in a row. It's clear the momentum has shifted completely in his favor. He's essentially taking control of the match as Zed struggles to answer back. What a scramble! Both players were trading damage heavily, but he managed to survive the chaos to reach a 5-round lead.
Zed finally answers back with a strong exchange to put a dent in that run.
Just the kind of spark we need to see from the underdog.
The gap is widening quickly. Zeth really needs to find a way to string a few more together to stay in this.
Zed is refusing to let this slide, fighting tooth and nail to stay in the game.
It's a tough climb for Zeth after that rough set of games today.
Zeth is making a real push here, managing to take that fight while holding the high ground.
It's a tight battle despite that recent rough patch for the underdog.
He's on fire. That's 3 straight as he claws back into this series. He's completely erased the distance between them in a flash. Unbelievable, he's completely shut down the opposition, taking 4 straight to bring this nearly even.
The pre-match favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable.
A flawless exchange there for Omnic, placing him just 1 victory away from the map.
He's finally starting to look like the favorite again.
A brutal exchange that nearly went both ways, but Zeth digs deep to keep this contest alive. That was a nail-biter. He barely survived that exchange. Pure composure from Zeth. He's completely erased the deficit, forcing this into overtime. He's completely flipped the script to bring this back to a dead heat. Omnic is just a hair away from closing this out after a truly frantic series. Zeth is having a rough time of it after those losses to Lancer. The reaction times have just hit a whole new level. Both of these players are reacting almost instantly. He's simply too fast right now, extending that lead to 15-12.
A textbook performance from the favorite today.
Absolutely monstrous closing sequence. Omnic seals the deal with a 4th straight victory to take the series. He really dug himself out of a hole there, showing exactly why his form has been so deadly lately. What a match. Omnic has a strong 24-10 record in the last day. He's definitely entering this match as the heavy favorite. It will be interesting to see if he can maintain that momentum after a shaky start to the map.
Lancer holds a slim 2-1 lead as we reset.
Lancer might be feeling the pressure after that 13-9 defeat earlier. What a nail biter! He barely scrubs through that trade, walking away with a massive lead.
He's playing the role of the underdog perfectly so far. Lancer is just one more step ahead at 3-2. Omnic holds the overall head-to-head lead across their history.
Omnic is on a roll now, quickly putting Lancer in a hole after catching him up on the wine. He's completely taken control of the server, taking the lead with a hard-fought victory. Lancer really needs to find a way to slow this down.
He reacts instantly, bringing the tally back to a dead heat.
A total reset for the rank 32 player right here.
Omnic edges back ahead with a 5-4 advantage.
His recent 80% form in the last 10 is looking scary.
Lancer claws back to make it a 5-all stalemate. He's definitely playing above his usual rank right now.
Lancer is starting to look really dangerous as he carries this momentum into the final stretch of the first half. We've got a deadlocked 6 tie heading into the break. I mean, it's a bit surprising given Lancer's superior map win rate here. Omnic is fighting hard to prove he can outplay the favorite. Time to see who blinks first.
Omnic claims a narrow 1-round lead. The gap in their rating really shows in the high pressure moments.
Omnic is now on a 3-round tear to take control here. He's completely shifted the energy in this server. It's becoming a real struggle for Lancer to find any footing against that aggression. He's just unstoppable right now, extending his lead to 4 rounds. He's just not letting up, putting a 5th consecutive round on the board.
Lancer simply can't find the answer to this level of precision.
A complete shutdown of the round, leaving the opponent with no answers and putting the win in his sights. Incredible. Omnic puts a huge exclamation point on the match to seal the victory. Lancer had a lightning fast shot in there, but it's just not enough to stop this man today. Zef historically owns this rivalry with a 61% win rate. Interesting because we're seeing a complete reversal of that trend today. He's really struggling to find any footing after that recent loss to Lancer. Lancer is just dominating right now, firmly up 2-0. Lancer really knows how to capitalize on Zed's current slump. He's absolutely untouchable right now, taking full control of the early lead. He's really feeling the weight of that recent loss to Omnic. Zeth looks far more settled now, securing a clean victory to keep things competitive. Still the favorite on paper, he just needs a bit more breathing room. Lancer is just cruising with a huge 4-1 lead. He's definitely making his mark as the underdog today. Lancer is just relentless, pushing his lead to 5-1. The historical edge for Zeth is practically invisible right now. Zeth manages to pull that one out, catching Lancer right as he stepped onto the ramp. He's trying to climb out of a tough slump from his last 3 games. Lancer was too quick for him there, shutting Zeth down before he could even utilize that high ground. It's been a rough run for him lately, dropping 5 straight in his last 10. Unreal, Zeth barely survives that scrap from the ramp, holding on by a thread. He's definitely the better ranked player among the two. Lancer is really capitalizing on his recent success, and it's clear he has the upper hand today. It's quite a turnaround from their usual history where Zeth traditionally controls the pace. I wonder if Lancer can shut the door here before Zeth finds a way back in. Lancer holds a 7-5 lead heading into the swap. This is playing out exactly how we expected. He's managed to keep a steady lead throughout the half despite Zeth fighting hard to stay in it. Time for a total reset. What a brawl. He hangs on by the skin of his teeth to keep this comeback alive. He's really starting to scrape by these narrow victories. Lancer maintains a 2-round cushion as we move forward. He's certainly not feeling the pressure of that lower rank. Zed stays aggressive and secures another round, continuing to chip away at that early deficit. He's really digging in to prove that favorite status now. Lancer still holds a slim 2-round advantage over Zeth. Lancer is really making the most of his current momentum. He's refusing to go away, putting together another quick kill to stay in the fight. Lancer still got the edge, leading 10-8. Lancer just looked incredibly sharp with that fast finish. He's staying steady under the pressure, keeping this resurgence alive to pull within 1. Lancer is really starting to feel the pressure now. He refuses to break. That was an absolute war of attrition, and he somehow comes out on top to even things up. Zeth is on fire, securing his 3rd straight round with a clutch play from the ramp. Lancer just needs to find one opening to stop this slide. Lancer shuts things down, managing to pluck Zeth right off the boxes to level the score. A complete deadlock as we head into the final stretch. Zeth is absolutely locked in, putting himself in a position to end this right now. Zeth really capitalized on a slow reaction from his opponent. What a victory. He completely rewrites the script to storm back and take the series. He's finally shaken off those cobwebs and found his confidence again. Lancer put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't close the door. What a battle. Omnic comes out firing quickly, picking Zeth off the box for the open. Omnic has been on an absolute tear lately with an 80% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's interesting to see those numbers because Zeth actually owns the head-to-head record in this rivalry. This should be a classic clash of current form versus historical dominance. Omnic is really cruising with a comfortable 3-1 lead. Zeth will be hoping his rank 26 standing isn't too much of a hurdle. Zeth is really starting to push back now, making this a very tight contest. He looks a bit more comfortable now than in their last meeting. Omnic still holds a solid 2-round cushion. Omnic has been absolutely dominant today with a 25-10 record. Omnic keeps pushing forward, now extending it to 5-2. That's exactly how it went in their last meeting. He just shuts the door on that comeback attempt by picking Zeth right off the box. A quick response there as Zeth gets back into the match. He's fighting for his life to bring that career lead back. Another perfectly timed shot from Zeth as he continues to claw back into this match. The favorite is starting to look a bit vulnerable here. Omnic is currently in the upper half of our rating system and he's playing like it. That gap in rankings is becoming very evident as he shuts down Zeth's attempt to close the distance. It'll be tough for the underdog to shift the momentum from here. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, we expected a close fight, but he's making this look easy. Zeth has a stronger map record here, but he's just not finding any answers. Omnic just completely brushed Zeth off the box to keep this streak rolling. He's definitely feeling the pressure of those previous losses to Zeth. Omnic is just relentless, pulling ahead to a 9-5 lead. That's a massive swing for the underdog to find the way back. Unbelievable. Omnic almost goes down in a chaotic trade, but he manages to scrape through with a win. That was a nail-biter, just barely coming out on top. Omnic is now commanding a 4-round lead. The lower-rated player is refusing to go away quietly. Zeth is really staring up at the mountain now with just a few rounds left to flip this. A swift, clean kill to put him on the brink of victory. Total control from the favorite throughout the second half. And there it is. Omnic secures the series with a hard-fought final trade. The momentum has officially shifted in this rivalry. He's just taking over the series today.